Hit the dirt and fire it up. It's that hardcore grind. BDD and WillT dropping knowledge every time. From the mods to the maps, from the brands to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlight in the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to two. Living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, leaks, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Porches, kings of the farming game, standing tall. It's more than a game, it's a way of thinking. Talking shop while that diesel's drinking. From tractors to combines, dirt roads to drones, they build empires from screens and microphones. With every guest that drops in for a chat, you get the real talk, no filters, just facts. A spotlight on the builders and players who grind. They got love for the fans and the farm in mind. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Portex, kings of the farming game, standing tall. So plug in the pod and hit that sub. Roll out in style with your farming club. No fluff, just dirt, diesel, and truth. Straight from the FS underground on coast. AgriBusiness, rocking every ride with BDD LT side by side. Whether you plow, seed, harvest, or buy, this is the voice of the farm life.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Day Dave, and this is AgriBusiness Tonight, a show where we get to talk about mods, maps, and the news. I'm joined here tonight by my co-host, WillTGaming. Will, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, and we also have ourselves a special guest here tonight. We are joined by Shaban Modding. Shaban, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great tonight. How about you?
Doing fantastic. I'm just trying to figure out how I can mute the audio that's being piped in from the screen share.
Oh shoot, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. I'll figure it out. Let's
I
see.
can just-
That
you know
works
what,
too.
Here's an easy fix. I can just go. Sorry, my apologies.
No worries whatsoever. All right. So, like you said, or like I said, we're here joined by a special guest. So we are very excited to be joined here by Shaban Modding, the creator of a couple of mods that you may be familiar with. One of them being the John Deere, I believe it's called or pronounced Califler, number 27 toolbar.
Killfer, something like that. Yeah, that's one. That'd be a rare tool. It's too bad Deere never made a whole lot of them, but yeah, it's they partnered with Killfer or what have you to make a bunch of tools or tillage tools early in the years, and then they ended up, I think, buying them out, kind of like similar to what Case IH did with DMI. One of those little scenarios.
Gotcha. And I must say that I am certainly a fan of this one, particularly because, you know, number one, it's technically it's a subsoiler, but anything that's straight edge and in the kind of plow sort of category, I'm a fan of. So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the chiselback plows, you know, the kind of angular, not my most strong suit, as many of the people here tonight will be well aware of, including my co-host here.
Oh, he loves them.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Oh my goodness. So we were going to start off with just kind of asking a few questions and kind of get to know who you are a little bit. Do you kind of want to give us a little kind of overview of who you are and what it is that you do here in the farm sim community?
Sure thing. Um, so my name's Shaven Modding, as he'd stated earlier. I am a modder that's been going on since early 22. Started out doing a bunch of just simple mod converts, and slowly kind of worked my way up to making my own mods. And honestly, I think that's kind of the better way to do it if you're starting out. Just start with simple converts, asking for help, asking for advice, and then you slowly wake your way up or work your way up. I do a lot of older equipment mainly. It's always old iron. I just love it. Then when it's kind of something that's just kind of like a passion project. It's more of a passion for me because um, growing up, it's some of the equipment that I could first learn how to drive without my grandpa or uncles worrying about me wrecking it. I got to drive my grandpa's 4020 a lot, so older iron like that I just love. Um, and then of course now I'm working on some projects like the newer John Deere S7 series combines that hopefully Giants will test and release on all platforms coming up soon. I'm kind of a fan of a lot of newer and older equipment, depending on what it is. Um, I guess I priority. Oh gosh, I can't speak. I prioritize on a lot of green machines. Red machines, I like older red, so like IH and stuff. Never kind of. I've never been able to get myself to like case IH a whole lot, although I do love how they focus on some of the aspects that Deer seems to just kind of not look at or not focus on. It's definitely they've definitely knocked it out of the park with a lot of their tillage equipment. Um, and I've got a couple case buddies, and that's something they definitely say is it works a lot better. And looking at theirs, you can look at their field compared to the field across the road where Deer did, and I can definitely tell a difference. But overall, I think they're both good brands, but at the end of the day, I'll probably take green paint. But anyway,
Yes.
back to modding. Um, I guess yeah, that's kind of who I am. That's kind of what I do. Slowly working my way through. I've got a lot of upcoming things, kind of like I think like I said, the John Deere S7 coming up here soon. I might honestly just start gaming it tonight. I've got the John Deere 4620, some older iron that it's all sitting in GE, but because I've been busy the last couple days, I kind of got sidetracked and started. We had an old Ford F600 sitting in our shed. Bought it, I think we were second owner on it. Bought it like after 1,000 miles, and we use that as our old grain truck from well, late 70s to or early 70s. Sorry, I think they were made from 67, 72. But we used that forever, and then until we bought bigger wagons, and slowly it just kind of got used less and less, so it just got parked in the back of the shed. And I got the hitch to go work on it this weekend, so I finally got it running. But I've been working on FS mods when I can, slash uh, when I feel the itch to do so, just because um, I've been trying to focus on a couple of other things. I'm starting to go to college, starting to um, work on the farm more, and that's something I'd obviously like to prioritize. But FS is just something I can't seem to put down sometimes, and it's honestly a fun game. It's when when you're rained out in the field, when you're all done planting, or when you're just in the winter. It's a great game to play to just satisfy that itch.
Oh, I hear you there. No, that sounds fantastic. So we established that you're a Mean Green fan. Uh, so is there a particular, John Deere set of equipment that you're kind of a fan above the rest, or something kind of stand out to you?
I've always kind of liked Deere's jumping out ahead on the market kind of things. Like for example, Old Iron, when they unveiled the 8020, that was something that not a whole lot of brands had necessarily thought of. I think Versatile and Wagner were the only two competitors in the four-wheel drive market in the 60s. I'm not even sure if it had taken off quite yet for them yet, but Deere said, you know what? Let's just jump out ahead on this. So they went from having two-cylinder tractors like the John Deere 830 and 730, and they said, okay, let's add four more cylinders, make it weigh quadruple the weight of the 830, and let's bump up the horsepower by a substantial amount by throwing a Detroit eight. What was it? A six-cylinder Detroit, a two-stroke, and they said, "Yep, farmer, someone will like this." They only sold 100. They only made 100 of them total, and I think it took them 4 years to sell those 100 units.
Oh wow.
It didn't take off, but they didn't give up. They uh, ended up producing they then worked with Wagner to make the WA14 and WA17 tractors. I think there's maybe less than 50 combined total made. Not a whole lot of them around. If you see one, consider yourself lucky. But those were another tractor that kind of they thought, you know what, I'm sure someone will love this, and nobody really bought them. That was their second foil. They were never able to make a successful four-wheel drive until they came out with the 7020, and that would have been around the time of your 4020, 5020, because farmers are at that time starting to look more into four-wheel drives for heavy tillage or just bigger implements in general. But unfortunately, along the way, that's when Deere worked with Wagner. I think Deere signed some sort of contract with them that said, "Hey, you can't produce any more of your own machines for a certain amount of time." So when it backfired and they didn't sell a whole lot, Wagner went under that whole deal, and it was unfortunate because I think they shared a lot of design similarities with Big Bud, and I don't know, there could be some sort of connection between the two. I don't know a whole lot about that. I've got a couple buddies who could probably tell multiple stories about that, but I I, I think it was one of those unfortunate deals of just business. But it eventually led up to Deere's new 830 9RX today, and that's another one that they kind of jumped out on the market of. Nobody really thought, well, of course, there's a 747 Big Bud, but up until then, everybody thought, 700 horse will be about good. That's the max we need, and Deere jumps out of the forest with 913. Which
Oh.
I think, people have a use for it. I've seen people use those new 9RXs for anything from silage pushing to planting and just heavy tillage. I know people use them on heavy scraper pans. They've definitely got a wide variety of use case, and I think Deere's just kind of testing the waters with them, and I think they did a good job of launching it too, because it was it looked ugly, the prototypes, and when people first leaked on the internet, it looked ugly, but then it's just kind of something you got to grow and love, because as you got to hear more about the design features, you started to realize why it looked like that. The rear end's kind of bare bones because they removed the fuel tank, so you get a better view of your hitch. So that's directly underneath your cab now, kind of like it would have been with the first gen 9R. I think 2015 is when they moved the fuel tank to the rear axle. Then they added the bigger tracks because you got to put more horsepower to the ground, and I think there's something to do with the hydraulic drives on the smaller frame 9Rs not getting along with the new engine a whole lot. There's all sorts of different design features that they threw on that, and I think looking back on it, I think that's really smart what they did.
I tell you what.
Unfortunately, though,
Sorry, go ahead.
as you say, unfortunately though, for all the things that they did right, I don't think they did a whole lot, or they did do a whole lot wrong too, like right to repair and just like the whole emissions battle. They haven't been playing too friendly and nice with that, but that's just something that I guess what you're supposed to do. They're gonna try and fight you for every nickel that they can because they're a company, and they say, well, we should charge so much for that, and they're the ones that get to make that decision, and that's fair to them, and that's something that other brands are doing too. Like you can't deny, like there's some brands like Apple, like Google that do the same thing. But at the end of the day, that's just business to them, and it makes sense for them to do it.
Oh, 100%. And you're actually one of the first people that I've actually heard mention right to repair. That's kind of the reason why I'm not a big fan of John Deere is because of that pretty much stationary issue. But I tell you what, there will. It sounds like Shaven might give you a run for your money for that encyclopedia title. Just saying. I mean, holy smokes! I don't think I've learned this much in the past 10 minutes we've been on the show than I have in probably, I don't know, in the past few months that we've been together in the show. But in all fairness, you are called the FS Encyclopedia, so I'll give you that one. So before we get going any further, do you have any shout outs or anything that you want to give before to anybody that you're interested in?
I'd like to give a shout out to a mapper, a fellow friend of mine, Dairyland Mapping. He's been working on a beautiful map called Mount Zion. It's located in Wisconsin. It's got everything from rolling hills to like large alfalfa fields. If you're a big hay farmer in FS, it's got cattle yards. It's got if you're the row crop farmer, you got a couple fields you can work through there too. And if you want to, there's plenty of trees for you to cut down too if you're into logging. There's a lot for everybody on that map, and he did an amazing job decorating it. And he's going through and he's painting everything kind of like what you'd see because I think he's local to the area, so he's just able to look at something and go, it doesn't look quite right. So he's just able to go through and change it. So essentially, what's going on is everything that you would find just driving through the area, you'd see on this map, and that's something that I think is amazing for a map in FS, like a home away for home from some people.
So out of curiosity, is that
Um,
coming to all platforms or is that just a PC Mac?
at this time, I believe it's planned for PC Mac. Not to say that he might not, he might change his mind too. I might definitely mention it to him, and I could bring up the idea, and I'm more than happy to help him with that. But at this time, unfortunately, it will be PC Mac only.
I gotcha. And is it
BDD.
oh, what's that?
You can hear me okay, right?
I can hear you,
Yeah.
sure can.
Okay, I was making sure because I'm not streaming anymore on Twitch right now because apparently I don't know if Twitch is going through an update or something, but apparently it kept on saying can't stream, no mic found.
Uh-oh.
So,
Shoot, that's not
so
good.
I'll figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So the map that you're talking about, you mentioned it was focused on Wisconsin there.
Mm-hmm.
And that it was in your buddy's local area there. I think that's one of
Yep.
the coolest things when a individual, it doesn't matter who they are, but when an individual can actually make something of their local area, because you hit it right on the head, you're able to go out and just look and say, does this kind of line up with what I'm representing it? And then those are the style of maps that we get that are so highly detailed that they just feel like something special. You know what I mean? It's just next level
Mm-hmm.
good, in my opinion. I really hope that it comes out to all platforms. Now, is it going to be just third party supported, or is it something that your buddy is trying to push to the mod hub and then just for PC Mac only?
Um, that's a good question. I think from what I can tell, he's focused on third party, like itch.io or modhub.us for PC players. That's where a lot of people go to download stuff. But I'd definitely like to see him push for ModHub. Because I feel like on ModHub you don't have to worry about people trying to find it through some odd websites. You don't have to worry about people stealing. It's just a nice like little creature comfort, and just having it through Giants too. They do a pretty good job of testing typically, and so they'll be able to see let you know if something's not right. Maybe it's a texture that you overlooked. Maybe it's not saved in the right format, which is hindering performance. They're able to go through that, and I think it's been awesome because when I had my S7 submitted to them the first time for testing, they were able to take a look at that and they said, "Hey, by the way, your store icon generator wasn't updated, and it's not generating this or this." And so I was able to go through that. Oh shoot, that you're right. So I was able to go through and fix that. They also brought up a couple of other things that I would have never noticed, and I think it's amazing. Their testing is great too. If you're just a solo modder and you don't send your mods out or have your buddies test it a whole lot, and it's great for that because then they see things that if you wouldn't have like a whole army of people viewing that you would never notice. Um, but yeah, that's how I view it anyway. I think it's something special.
I know,
So,
I know, because I was telling this to BDD before, I actually started working on a map, but unfortunately, my PC, because it's broken now, I can't continue on it. It was actually from where I was born. There was, or when I lived before I moved here, Batavia. I actually lived right across the road from a massive dairy farm. Um, so I was trying to work on that. I mean, I have help from Lancey Boy and Celebuki,
That's awesome.
but they're I know Lancey Boy and Icus are both gonna be helping me with making like the buildings,
Mhm.
um, for which is nice. And then Celebuki's gonna help me basically add special crops in and help code everything as soon as I'm able to get everything all settled. So,
Yeah.
but
Well,
I
they're
gotta get
definitely
the
good people to
resource.
have on your side for that kind of thing. I know Icus has done an amazing job with his buildings I've seen.
Uh,
I definitely use a couple of them.
so I'm familiar with your John Deere subsoiler that you released for 25. I believe in my research, I found something else that you released back in FS22, the Wedgefoot roller. Is that also you?
Oh, yes. Yep. So that one's been just kind of put on the back burner. When I submitted that for 25, there were some things that Giants didn't like that would require me to go through and redo some things. And that kind of discouraged me a little bit. And I decided, well, you know what? Let's get the rest of the 80/20 worked on before I come back to that. That's what's going on in my headspace. I'm able to bring that back. I'm going to bring that back, but I'd like to have the 80/20 in game and submit it at the same time so they'd release together. That's something that I wish I would have done with the 27, but I guess just kind of looking back on it, it's like, oh, shoulda, woulda, coulda, and um, I've got no problem with it being out. I'm happy that it's out. Um, it's more of a learning curve too for me because the more you submit, the more you learn about how Giants test things, the more you learn about what needs to be optimized, what needs to be done, and how vehicles should be modeled. More modeling practice is always a good thing when you're making your mods, because Blender is not just a program that you can just hop into and model. Unfortunately, it's something that is a learning curve for a lot of people. Something that definitely takes some practice and getting used to shortcuts, because as you learn the shortcuts and as you start to get more familiar with the program, you can see yourself getting way faster and way better at it. I've noticed it with myself too. I used to hate Blender. I tried to avoid it at anything. I mean, I was able to do the basic things like importing meshes to convert it and switched over to the UDIM system, or at least the one for 22 before Giants so kindly decided to redo it. And that was something that I was able to do. But then the more you work through it and the more you model, the more able to work through that kind of thing, the better you get. And I've seen myself going from I don't even know how to make that kind of shape to having something like I think I did a tutorial actually on YouTube on just making a model and assigning FS25 materials and baking normal maps and spec maps and putting in G. I did a whole tutorial on that, and something like that front wake that I did is something I used to think, oh boy, I don't know if I'd be able to do that. To oh yeah, I can have that done in like an hour. Um, it's just the more you work on something like that, the better you get. It's kind of like flashcards in elementary school. It's like just math. The better or you get better at it, the more you do it, the more you start to learn.
Absolutely. Practice makes perfect. With
Hmm.
really just about anything, as long as you just keep at it and keep learning how things work, then you're just gonna get better and better and faster.
Hmm.
But one thing I noticed in my research was that your mod released nearly a year ago today, so it was like right at the tail end of 22. Um,
Yep.
was that just not necessarily by design, but was that just kind of just how it kind of all worked out for you? Is just you wanted to get it released, so therefore you can kind of work on it fresh in the next game? Because by this time we were already starting to hear a lot of talk about 22, about 25 coming into the scene. Um, was that kind of a deterrent for you, or were you just like, you know what, I want to at least get it out there?
My thought process behind that was it wasn't necessarily by design. We had Mad Bear and I have heard rumors about 25s. We've seen a lot of development. We've heard a lot of interesting new features that had been announced or had been talked about, and we thought, well, I mean, we weren't able to get the 80/20 or anything else up for 22, but let's get what we have and let's put it out there. So and that roller was the product of that. Um, that was one of the first models that I had gotten to work on through that project. Right now, I think a couple things that need to be done. So the for the 80/20. So right now, I think the battery box and maybe a couple of other little hydraulic details. Or I think we just need to run a couple more lines out down by the transmission, and it should be good to go and be in game. But we're working on that now. The 27 was the second one that we were able to get out. Then the F680, the big 3-point mounted 8 bottom plow. That's going to be the one that's going to be done last, because that was going to be a bit more of a learning curve for me. I'm able to get it done. I'm confident in my skills, but I feel like that's something I'm going to be um, pushing because I've got to learn how to make the curves on the furrow, and that's something I'm going to be a little more detail oriented with. I want, and that's something that's hard to be because there's only 7 of those plows made total. I think Deere released the number of them produced. They had some sort of production log from factory, and finding someone with that plow or finding photos of it is almost impossible. In fact, the only record I had of the toolbar ever being made was a parts catalog and maybe 2 photos of it in the 80/20 manual. That was all that had ever existed of it. And so that one I could be a little less detail oriented because how are you supposed to find reference material for something that realistically on paper never existed out of a prototype being made?
Right.
But we're definitely trying to be as realistic as we can given the time that we have because we both work jobs, we both have a lot of stuff going on in our lives, so it's hard for us to work on that full time. But we are progressing on it, and it's looking amazing so far. I just got done with the 8010 prototype hood because I think Deere released a film, or I think in the 2-cylinder group they had some sort of DVD for the 80/20, 80/10 And for the prototype models, they had 3 key differences. Your transmission, instead of having the shifter on like in between your legs and the floorboard, they had it on the dash to the left of the steering wheel. And then I think they had 3 different revisions from what I could tell. There was a prototype, and then somewhere like along the line of, okay, hey, let's get photos and let's do let's make all the manuals for it. They had a shifter right next to your seat, and then finally they ended up with the finalized version of it on the floor. And then for the prototype, they had 2 rectangular lights. On the regular models, they're upright and vertical, but with the prototype, they had them laying flat, horizontal almost. And that was something that kind of stood out to me immediately, along with it just kind of, and with the 8010 prototype, they also had I'd almost kind of call it ugly. They had a very, 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 very ugly front grille. Kind of looked like someone is frowning almost. They're just like jaw open, because it was like a solid cast iron top where you'd have the headlight bezels, and then the um the rest of it was just a mesh screen with, of course, surrounding cast iron. Compared to the finalized version of it, which I think looked better, they just had the entire thing a front screen, then they had your headlight uh, bezels and everything behind the screen, so your headlights would be mounted behind it, which I think ultimately looked better in that way. Yeah, but just getting all that done is something that it's kind of hard to find, again, reference material for, because um, the only thing proving that even existed was the John Deere Deer Days video. As far as I could tell, the only other, like, nobody really got to see it except for when they toured it around. I think they had it at one of the Farm Progress shows, maybe, or somewhere. I think it was like really pretty close to me here in Marshalltown, Iowa, is where they first unveiled it at a Farm Progress, I think. There's some sort of deer show, which I think that was pretty cool, because then they got a bunch of different quotes from different farmers who'd seen it and gawked at it. There are people there from Texas, from Canada, taking a look at the big behemoth of a machine.
I mean, it sounds amazing. Like, I mean, I'm stammering here because it's a wave of information that I'm just very highly impressed to hear all this coming from one individual. It's obvious that you have a very big passion for, uh, just the tractors in general, John Deere as a kind of stance. I mean, where would you say all this kind of passion came from?
Um, that's a good question. The passion for for just old equipment came from they definitely my grandpa. He's the one I can kind of attribute all old iron love for. He and I used to do a lot of farming with that, of course. Or, well, I shouldn't say farming, just more of haying, because we had all of our 8Rs and stuff on the bigger equipment, of course. But we'd go out there and we'd mow hay with the John Deere 4020. We'd rake hay with he had a bunch of different tractors, but the mowing was done by a 4020. The raking could have been done by a 560 or a 620, one of the two. And then he had I think he had the 4020, or he either put that or his 806 on the baler. And so he just had a wide variety of different equipment. I mean, you walk into his shed and it looks like it's just anybody's dream. He's got his shed jam packed full of old tractors, and you just go in there, work on one for a day, and it's just going in there, you work on it, and then hearing it roar. It's just awesome to me. It's just going, looking back on it. That's something that I could always look on and smile at, and just having memories of me riding with Grandpa on the tractor. Honestly.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Let me catch up with the chat here real quick. We got a whole bunch going on here. Ken Adlam. Ken, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, what up, people? What up, Ken? Jody. Jody, how you doing, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hi. Ken says, what up to Jody? Jonah. Jonah, hope you're having a great one as well. Says, hello, my friend. Hello, Jonah. Says, hey there to BDD. We got Ken also saying, what up to Jonah? Jonah saying, Ken and Jody. We got, let's see, Ken saying, Farm Sim / Agribusiness Show. Very nice, Ken. I love it. Let's see. We got Jonah saying, Will.
What up, Jonah?
Farmer Donkey, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic one so far. Says, it just shifted around on me. Of course, says, howdy all. We got Cavalier Roy. Roy, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, yes, Blender is a whole other beast, which I'm learning at the moment, updating old buildings and textures. Nice. I'll tell you what, I love it when I hear that the modding community is going out, reaching out for new and better things. They're learning and just kind of sharpening their craft. Oh man, it gets me excited because that means that we're going to be seeing some things down the line from everybody, and I get excited. Let's see. Jonah says, Roy. Let's see. We got Roy saying hey to Jonah. Munchies, how you doing there, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day. So he's waving to everybody. Munchies is the gentleman who is responsible for Will's and mine's intro song to the show here tonight. So Munchies, again, thank you so very much. We love it. We play it on repeat outside of the show. Will attest to that.
Yep.
Let's see. Farmer Donkey says, hey, Munchies. We got Munchies saying, how's everyone tonight? Doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Ken says, what up, Munchies? Roy says, hey, Munchies. Donkey says, howdy, Cavalier Roy. Whew, we got a whole bunch of howdies. Let's see. Munchie says, love your new map, Roy. Amazing. 100% agree. Let's see. We got Jonah says, WillT, this guy is gunning for your job. That's all I'm saying, man. I pointed it out earlier. Let's see. We got Roy says, thank you, Munchies. I'm currently working on updating models and textures at the moment, but testing has gone really well. Oh, man, I can't wait. Cannot wait for that one to hit the Mod Hub. For those who don't know what we're talking about, oh my goodness, of course it's going to slip my mind right now. Drummerd Farms. Yeah, looking forward to that one severely. Roy was gracious enough to give me early access. I was able to do a map tour on it, and it looks awesome. Coming back from FS17 days, so those who have played in FS17, who are familiar with what's going on there, they know what's going on there. Oh yeah, and even if you're not, and if you watch that map tour, you'll know exactly what's up. Let's see. We got Ken says it's a hybrid show today. It is. Munchy says very nice. Can't wait. FS Farmer with a channel raid. Thank you, Farmer. Greatly appreciate it. Donkey says hey to FS Farmer. We got Munchy says BD and Will. I just finished a song for the new Mercedes DLC tonight. Ooh. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let's see. And lastly, we got Roy saying hopefully. Let's see. It says hopefully won't be long before the map's sent off to Giants now. Munchies, nice. And then we got FS Farmer says, hey Roy, if you want tests, let me know. Awesome. All right, Will, do you have any questions for Shaban?
I do actually.
Let's hear it.
So my first one is, what did you think of the Nexat DLC?
Nexat DLC. Honestly, I don't think I had bought that one. The whole concept of the Nexat is interesting to me for a numerous amount of reasons, but I think that transport and overall functionality of the Nexat is what's catching me, or catching my interest, because looking at that's a machine that you really never thought you'd see. It's kind of out of the ordinary, but functionality wise, you get to take a look at that and you see, hey, wait a minute, this design's smart because this allows you to do X, or this functionality allows you to do Y. It's an amazing machine, and I haven't gotten to see one run yet. I'd love to see if it comes to like a farm progress show or something close where I could actually take a better up close and personal look at it. Um, Overall, it looks very interesting to me, and I might. Now that you mentioned, I probably should just go buy the DLC just take a look at it because it's one of those machines that it's kind of like the first four-wheel drive tractor. People thought, well, what's silly putting two uh, steering in the middle and putting two big axles? Well, what would that do? Well, it people laughed at it then, and look at it now, and I think it's just one of those next big things that people could end up loving. And honestly, I think that there's a lot of people who've tried it, who've gotten to operate that machine and and that have said that they've liked it. And I think that it's very important as a brand to see what people think about your um, next big thing. Because I think what have you what do you guys think? I can't remember what was the biggest like hinged draper that thing was able to carry.
Ooh,
What's the question?
the pickup header for that. What was the width of the pickup header for the Nexac?
The bigger header. I'm
The
pretty
pickup width for the harvesting header.
Oh, 13.5.
What's that in US measurements here?
So that's what 30. Let's see,
That's
39,
44 foot.
44.
That's
Yeah.
45 foot. Yep. That's not bad then.
No, I mean it's an absolutely massive machine, and the
Mm-hmm.
versatility of it is just next level. I mean, you basically got your very first all-in-one, all-encompassing unit.
Mm-hmm. Because that isn't weren't they focused on making that its own like grain cart essentially? Kind of like I'm not sure if you guys have ever heard of the Tribine or have seen any of that. I think that was another combine with I don't know, like sort of the same approach to the combine industry. Their combine though was like the entire like front of the combine was a threshing unit, and the rear end was its own like standalone grain cart, and it pivoted in the middle, kind of like a articulating tractor would. Is a big thing. I think I got to go see it at the 2015, 2016 Farm Progress shows, and it was a beast of a machine, and it was definitely ahead of its time. I don't know if they stopped production because nobody's really heard. I don't think I've heard anything from them in a long time, but it's definitely a cool machine. I think Nexats um, shares a couple of different and same design features that Tribine had when they were creating theirs.
Yeah, no, I've never heard of that.
It's definitely worth looking into. It is an interesting machine.
You said it was called the Tribind?
Yep, Tribine. I think it was a Model T1000 or something of the sort.
Well, let me put that into the Google search.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. What else you got there,
Now
Will?
let me. Now, what did you think of the Plains and Prairies DLC, which is my personal favorite?
The Plains and Prairies DLC has been one of my top 3 DLCs. It's in between. It's top 2 for me. I think Big Bud DLC back in 17 might have been the only thing that trumps it. But so far, I have absolutely loved the Plains and Prairies DLC. I love the versatile tractors have been awesome. I've been using them a lot in my save games. The Rogator was an interesting addition, something that I didn't think I'd see until the next installment of the series. I definitely loved the introduction of Salford, the tillage tools and the fertilizer. that was an amazing addition to the game. Like I said, top two. Uh, honestly, it's a toss up now that I'm thinking about it. But I'd still think Big Bud was an amazing DLC in 17.
Yeah, yeah, because I mean, I absolutely love the Laser Prayers DLC. Out of 25, that's like my personal favorite. Um, I know my personal favorite from 22 was the Oxbow, and I know BDD has heard this plenty of times, but I am so disappointed we did not get the Oxbow merger base game that we got in the
Yeah.
DLC. My favorite merger. Um,
He is
now what do you
absolutely
think?
crushed.
I am. No, um, now what did you think of the announcement for the Mercedes-Benz DLC?
The Mercedes-Benz DLC. Um, honestly, I feel like Mercedes is a cool brand. I haven't heard a lot of Mercedes farm equipment wise out here outside of over the ocean, of course, but they're definitely an interesting tractor. And talking to people um, who've gotten to operate them overseas, I've got a couple of people. I've got a couple buddies from Germany and such, and they say that they're amazing tractors. And honestly, I'd believe it. Um, just seeing them, it's big old iron that is still being run constantly. People love them. Um, I'm kind of excited to just kind of poke around and see what they've got for it because um, it's like I said, from what people have been telling me, it's an amazing tractor brand, and they've done their due diligence when they made that tractor, and there's all sorts of um, different oh, what's the word I'm looking for here? Options, I guess. There's a lot of different mods you can do. I've seen people that do anything from make anything from pulling tractors to show tractors to just general farm workhorse tractors out of them. And that's something I take a look at and I say, if it's that big of they did something right when making it. Now, one of my biggest things I'm curious to see is if Mercedes is a official FS brand now. Whether you could bring your G wagon into FS25 or not, I'm not sure.
I'd
Definitely,
love to see that.
but that would be interesting.
Yeah, because I know when Blaze of Prairies came out and Ford got introduced.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know VSR Mike Sir
Oh, you're starting to get
submitted a
really
Ford
robotic there,
Ranger.
sir.
For me,
Yeah, you're getting really robotic. Are you hearing that too, Shaven?
Yeah, I'm hearing it. I can make out what he's saying, but it's giving me a run, or it's giving me a little bit of a challenge here.
Yeah.
can you hear me or no?
No, now we can.
Now you're clear. Yep.
All right. 'Cause I know he submitted in his truck, which was a Lizard Ranger, but it was based off the Ford Ranger, so he put the Ford on it because of that DLC. And Giants basically said due to licensing he can't have the Ford. So we know that that Ford vehicles like the GM
Mm-hmm.
isn't licensed. The Ford tractors are. So that was I would love to see a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon in the game. Oh, love to see that.
That'd be
Um,
hilarious.
Now this is gonna be my last question for you here.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what do you think of the new expansion?
New expansion. So, which expansion are we referencing here? Sorry, I'm blanking here.
It's the Highland fishing.
Oh, that's right. Duh. Uh, that one, I think from what I can tell, there's a lot of different people excited about it for different reasons. I think they introduced like a crane mechanic. I think was one of them. There's going to be fisheries now because I think that was one of the things that was introduced to the map. They kind of talked about fishing. Um, haven't done a whole lot of research on it. I was just kind of waiting for it to come out, and then I could poke around it. Um, but I'm definitely interested in it for its mechanics and what it's got going on with it, because it'd be cool to incorporate some of the new features. I think there's different from a mapping perspective. I think there's a bunch of different grasses. There's a bunch of different textures that could, um, and then functionality wise, like if crane mechanics are now a thing, that'd be cool. One thing I hope it's not is um, like the FS22 Silver Run Forest expansion or the logging expansion. I can't remember the name of the DLC, but
Platinum expansion.
they yeah, the platinum. Thank you. They introduced the winch mechanic, and I think that was something that a lot of people requested, and then they couldn't add that to their mod due to it being a DLC feature. And I'm hoping
Right.
that's not the same case now with the crane mechanic or a couple of other different things, but unfortunately, we just kind of have to wait and see on that front.
I mean, I'm super happy. I mean, because I know because I've seen it like in a picture. I've seen it when they were showing off the map. They are bringing Highland cows, which my parents have Highland cows, so I think that's awesome. So it brings a whole nother breed into the game. Um, Now this is it kind of goes with that question, but it's in a kind of like a part B, I guess. Um, what did you think of the new crops that got implemented into FS25? So like the spinach, peas, beans, and now with this new expansion, we're getting onions.
I've got a I guess I'm a row crop farmer here in the Midwest. The main crops I care about are soybeans and corn, but I've got a buddy or vegetable farmer buddy in Illinois who is ecstatic about the new crops. He farms a lot of spinach, and he does some different things like carrots and watermelon. He's got a bunch of crazy things on his farm, and he's ecstatic about these new fruits getting added to 25 because then that's just another reason for him to play the game because he was like, oh yeah, I farm. Might as well play 25 now because it's got those crops and I can farm it in the game too. I think that's something he was
Right,
looking forward to.
right. I know, well, I know that I've stated this before, and I know BDD has heard it from me, but I really wish that Giants would add alfalfa base game. I think that would be awesome.
For
That was
sure.
one of the things that Dairyland and I had put on Zion, Wisconsin, and it's definitely a cool little thing because then you can tweak different things like what kind of TMR you get out of it, what kind of food or it counts for as cow food. It can have different proteins in it. It can it you can change like how hungry the cow is afterwards, or based on how much you need to fill it for it to be happy and healthy. And I thought that was kind of a cool thing that I was able to tweak. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Giants didn't add it base game, but it would be something that I'd think that if they were going to do it, it would be a DLC type thing, like a specialty crop, kind of like what they did with onions. As for what country or what place does a whole lot of alfalfa, I don't know if that's something or Giants will do a map here in the U.S. Midwest anytime soon, but feel like that's if they were going to do it, it would be some sort of DLC type crop until we hear about the next game that they have planned for them, because maybe that's something that they'll wait and add till then. Because from what I understand, Giants actually, when they were making the DLC, they had somebody or they had somebody go out and 3D scan the versatiles, and the person who owned the versatiles reported that would have been like 2-3 years ago now, back when FS22 first started. So usually, I'm guess from what I can tell, they kind of like to halt the production on things or slow it down up, or maybe they just wanted to wait till release it for the new game. It's definitely or it just kind of makes you wonder what they have all got going on now currently, and we won't know about for a while. It's because I know there's been back when they were still teasing 25, or the idea of 25 was still being teased. There had been internal leaks about the new water features or tornadoes, and that was something that I thought was really cool. Hearing about that and looking forward to playing with it, and here we are, and it's amazing. You get all that, just that added touch of realism.
Right.
100%.
And now I do know that Giants are going to be announcing their year 2 season pass here pretty soon. So,
Nice.
well, shall we continue on with the mods?
Let's do it. All right. Well, let's got to get to the right screen cuz there we go. And share that. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. All right. So we've got a lot to go over here on AgriBusiness Tonight in regards to these mods. And the first thing, we're going to start this off real strong. We're going to start off with BR163 MS Brazil. This is a new South American map by Zero Ito, 799.46 megabytes to download. This is a map that is based on Dourados in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, Brazil. I know I butchered that, and I apologize to any of our South American viewers out there, but whoo, man, it's a mouthful, to say the least. All right, so number one, I'm starting this out strong with saying amazing map, wonderful map, love this map. This was a good map back in FS22 days, and now that we have it for 25, it just went up to a whole new level. I don't know what Zero Ito decided to just put everything all in on this map or what happened, but man, have you gotten a chance to check this map out, either one of you?
I saw your map tour.
You saw the tour? What about you, Shaban? Have you checked out this map at all?
Honestly, I haven't gotten to yet, no, but hearing about it, it's definitely caught my attention. I'll be looking at it now.
So this is one of those maps that has a good arrangement of just the differences is what I refer to them as. And what I mean by that is if we look at the map, up in this northwest corner of the map, there's a giant mine. And in the mine, there's different fill types. So you've got like sand, dirt, stones that are kind of being dispensed out there, almost kind of like the debris crushers, where it's the production that kind of spits out the infinite amount of stones and just dumps it down in the ground. It just does that with the dirt. But then the mine itself also has a ton of stones. It has a lime factory right there that's in the bottom of the quarry, the whole 9 yards. Then it's got like the traditional, like massive production points, like this South American production points that are just basically football fields for products. They've got different production points that have inputs, different outputs, and all that kind of stuff. There's a little bit of forestry, a ton of arables, a ton of land for you to be able to take over. The farm itself, the main starting farm, is not that impressive, but the way it's all kind of designed, it's meant for you to just build and build and build. And I think it's fantastic. And one of the key features that I'm so excited for about this map, and it's going to sound it might not sound stupid that I'm this excited for it, but I'm all about it. This is the first map that I'm aware of where a modder has gone out of their way to create a custom constructible. This is the first one I'm aware of. And what they did is they made 2 bridges that you can bring all your palleted goods, your concrete, your rebar, which is a new product type in this map, and lumber, wood, whatever the case may be, all the products that you can produce, bring it to these construction sites and you can build bridges. And the only way to get to this section of the map, it's the southeast corner of the map, is across this really old rickety bridge with timbers, with like basically cut trees that are the main structure for the place where you actually put your tires for your vehicles, and they can actually roll out from under you. So if you sway off of that bridge ever so slightly, boop, you literally can get stuck. I got stuck in the middle of my map tour. I had to reset the truck and everything. It's crazy. tons of features, tons of stuff. I recommend anybody out there who wants to kind of have a nice little array of things to do, go check out this map. Go check it out because I think it's fantastic. Will, based on the map tour, what did you think?
Well, I mean, it is coming from Zero Ito, which does not surprise me that it's that highly detailed. There's that much stuff going on. It was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I definitely would give it a 5 out of 5, as per usual. I mean, I probably won't play on it because it's a South American based map, like Brazil. I tend to try to stick to like more North American. But I do have to admit, though, it is a very good map.
Yeah, you can tell that Zero Ito put in a ton of effort into pretty much the entirety of the map. This is a picture of the actual quarry that's in the northwest corner of the map, and you can see these little like basically protrusions. These the
Runoff.
dumpers. Yeah, the runoffs. So they're basically where you get the fill types for the various products. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure it's dirt, sand, and stones that are up on the ledge here. And this bottom portion is the kind of limestone production, but it has its own kind of, like, everything is custom. There's not a single thing on this map that isn't been touched by the map maker. It is incredible. So you're not looking at, kind of the stock standard productions from Giants and just kind of, here you go, here it's all copy and pasted, all that stuff. You even have a front loader, not a front loader, a like bulldozer that's coming in and out of the actual driving lane. You can actually kind of see it down at the bottom left-hand corner of the 6th screenshot here. It's kind of just driving back and forth, just kind of a part of the map. It's a little detail, but those small details add so much to a map. I love it.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that's one of those maps that was made using a DEM data, which, if it was, that'd be amazing because DEM data is something that you're able to get through official government terrain mapping, and then you're able to look at that and you're able to translate into height maps for FS, and you're able to get everything from like tile lines in the dirt to like little like tire tracks that might have been left there. It's truly an amazing mapping feature, or that's recently becoming more and more popular now with the new maps for FS deal going on. I know a couple of people have used that, and it's gone from it's taken a lot of the time and like hard effort into starting to make a map with all the painting of the files and getting all the fields, IDs, and everything set to just a couple click of buttons, maybe a couple scripts ran, and you've essentially got your first map. There's been a lot more tools for mapping in 25, which has been a huge improvement over 22, in my personal opinion.
And I honestly wouldn't be shocked if that was the case, because based on the description, it says map based on a stretch of the BR 163 highway in the region of the city of Dourados in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, Brazil, adding several characteristics of the region, a region that produces mainly corn and soybeans. So, I mean, that to me sounds like there's at least some kind of, grounding in quote unquote reality. Um, I mean, is it necessarily this kind of specs that you're talking about? I'm not 100% sure, but would definitely love to find out.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to our next one. We've got the TMC Kinsela TFK 200. This is a forestry motor by Hispano, 5.15 megabytes to install, and is $24,500 to buy. It is a horsepower requirement of 150 horsepower and is a 2-meter working width. So if we check out our base game, I believe we have something similar to this in base game. Might even be, let's see. Okay, so
22.
What's that?
This was a conversion from 22.
Gotcha. So base game we have the TFR 250. So this looks like maybe the baby brother of the one we have in base game. I mean, significantly cheaper than the one we got in base game. So if we share my screen here, you'll see the TMC Kinsela TFR 250, $89,500, a working width of 2.5 meters. So that, yeah, is a little bit bigger, but 360 horsepower. Yeah, so if we're looking at the mod, 24,500, so you're saving quite a bit of cash right off the bat. You're saving about, what is that, 55K, give or take. You're saving about 200 horsepower, and you're only losing about half a meter of working width. So all in all, and 5.15 megabytes to install, I think this is fantastic. If you do a lot of forestry or anything like that, this might be right up your alley. Shaban, what do you think of this one?
Honestly, I'm not familiar with a whole lot of the forestry stuff, but I do see it useful just for stump grinding, and then if you don't want to like sell it cut up and sell the whole tree, that'd be great to grind that out too. I know there's been a lot of players who like to cut down trees and kind of do some terraforming for their new um, like farm build on their map, but I'd say that that'd be definitely a good tool to use if you're trying to clear out some trees or level some land. I do like that. It's definitely a great file size. It makes me wonder if a part of the file size was just using some base game normal maps or textures from the other model of grinder there, and it's definitely a great size. It's done a good job, and I think it's, from what I can tell, an amazing mod.
And Will, what do you think?
It looks fantastic. Of course, it's coming from Hispano. I mean, it's something I'm gonna pass on, in particular. But if you like the brand, go for it. If it's something you're looking for, absolutely go for it. And to let everyone know, it is 4 slots, so not awful.
So, as a lot of you may know, I tend to come at these as a kind of, what's going to be a good uh, price, size, working with all these kind of comparables to what we have in base game. And based on what I'm seeing here, there's enough of a cost saving and a discount for the power being used and the minimal loss of working with that all these things have amazing parameters on it. So, you're going to save about 55 grand. You're only losing half a meter, and you'll need not even 200 horsepower less for this mod. Yeah, go ahead. If you're into forestry, this is going to be something that's going to save you a lot of money, a lot of horsepower, the whole 9 yards. Next one we have is the Irish 900 kilogram weight. This is by CB Modding, 2.16 megabytes to install, and we have a whole bunch of different things that we can do to this. So configurations includes the stick, reflector, strobe, badges, John Deere, Massey, Deutz, and color configurations, and is going to cost you $950. So as we all know, weights have to have something special in order for me to be like, okay, this is something more than just a weight. But at the end of the day, a couple configurations and things like that, not anything that I'm going to get all excited about. So at the end of the day, this is just a weight to me. But if you want something to match your John Deere, your Massey, your Deutz, or have this kind of general look and feel for your weights for your vehicles, sign up for it. It's only 2.16 megabytes to install, so not going to take up a lot of space on your machines, and yeah, be good for you. What about you, Shaban? What do you think?
First thing I'm noticing is the blue chrome top link bolts. I guess that kind of looks a little silly to me, but otherwise, yeah. I've kind of following along with you there. It's a front weight. At the end of the day, it does its job. I did, like you said, there's definitely been there's a couple things that people can do to make it stand out. But I feel like, like I said, at the end of the day, it's a front weight, and I think if you do a lot of silage compacting and maybe you need some extra weight, or if you got a heavy rear tool, that's the mod for you to download and look into. But other than that, I guess I'm not a whole, or I don't use a lot of front weights or 3-point mounted front weights. I typically just have the standard US bracket full weights.
Will, what do you think?
wait. It's a hard pass for me. No, I agree with modding. I usually just have the like the weight built right onto it. Um, but if you do like it, it's only 2 slots, so it's not gonna take up a whole massive slot space. So
Yeah, so 2 slots and only 2.16. So if you want this kind of general look, feel, or design, there you go. Moving on, we've got the Alfalfa Hay Dryer. This is by Fracasis Modding, 15.79 megabytes to install, and we have the production site where we can take alfalfa. See, this is what kind of throws me off, is it says we can take alfalfa and alfalfa hay, and it only costs us about 30 grand. But looking at it, this has to be built specifically with certain maps in mind. Because note, the mod is available to use on modded. Okay, without dependencies. You may modify it as you see fit. So, yeah, this one kind of strikes me as a little odd. Will, you got any additional information about this one?
this one will only work on maps with alfalfa.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Yeah,
That'd
so
be like we went over earlier, talking about how alfalfa was a custom thing for maps. I think this would be a custom mod to fit that alfalfa crop type.
now I'm pretty sure Fracasis also makes maps as well. So perhaps there's a map that is out there for them that might be utilized for this. Am I incorrect in saying that there, Will?
There is no map out yet from them. I tried to find this person to reach out, and I cannot find them anywhere. So, um, but either they just made this, so people can use it on maps, or they have a map that's coming. This is going to be required. So,
So, if you got a map that could utilize this, this would be a good one for you. It's 16 megabytes to install, so it's not that intrusive. Does look very highly detailed. I'm looking at the first screenshot and now the second one. You do does appear that you might have fill planes in here, which that's really nice if that's the
yes.
case. So yeah, if you're interested in having this on a map with it, then it's good to go from here. Shaven, what do you think?
Honestly, I think that's a definitely a helpful tool because I know that, maybe some people like to use those silage wagons or with the front grass collector in the front. And people typically don't like to ted their hay, or I don't know, maybe that's just an added step. So this would be a great building that you'd be able to use to convert it into alfalfa hay rather than just straight alfalfa. And it's just let or I don't know, it just removes a step.
100%. And really, for 30 grand, that's not too shabby when it comes to a price for a production, especially one that's like this size, this highly detailed. I love that you can see the kind of particle board that's on the inside of the walls there. I don't know, it's just kind of a nice little feature right there. Will, what do you think?
Um, I think it is absolutely phenomenal to have if you have a map that has a on it, and I agree with Shaban there. If you don't like tedding your and you want to make alfalfa hay, this is a prime thing you can use. Um, it is 17 slots, so it's not that bad, but just beware.
All right, next one we have is The Complete Shed. This is by BK Mods and is 24.31 megabytes to install for a price point of $15,000. You can have this where you can have a all-in-one shed where you can have some little bit of storage. You can also have a buy point for your fuel and a buy point for water. And it says specifically equipped with fuel fill up and water for your animals. It is and shelf for pallets or supplies. So all in all, 15 grand for this at near 25 megabytes. That's a bit high for me personally in the megabyte size. But I mean, 15 grand though is not bad if you're looking for a fuel tank and water tank as well. So this is going to have its trade-offs. I could be kind of pushed in either direction as to whether or not I would get this and install it. Like I said though, that 25 megs is kind of pushing it for me personally. So, Shaban, what do you think?
I definitely feel like the 25 megabytes is definitely being used up by textures. I'm actually gonna download it now and just fact check that. But while it's downloading, I'm just gonna take a look. It's definitely a cool concept having your fuel and water and all of that just in one shed. Do you know if it has a like a shop repair or that any like vehicle customization
It does not.
triggers? Oh shoot. I guess that would be the complete shed, and that'd be nice because I know some people refuse to um have to haul their tractor all the way down to the store to do that. But it's definitely a cool thing. So unzipped, that shed has 32.6 megabytes of worth of textures, and looking at it now, it's pretty optimized for what it is, and he uses all of his space fairly well. Maybe could do some condensing, but otherwise, I'd say optimization is, at least from my standpoint, it looks and works pretty well.
Now, based on what I'm seeing here too, is it does look like potentially this has like bale and pallet storage, like the auto
Mhm.
pallet. Is that the case?
No, definitely
No.
not.
Okay, so it's manual pallet storage.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So I was hoping that might be part of it as well as that kind of little inclusion, but I guess not. Will, what do you think of this one?
For me, it would definitely be a pass for me. I have certain things that I use, and this is, I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks good, but it's definitely something I will not be using. And if anyone on console is going to install this, it is 13 slots, so it's not awful. So
Fair enough. Next one we have is the Long Shed. This is by Gamers FSH, Gamers Fish. Anyways, 8.57 megabytes to install and a $20,000 price tag. This I really like. I love the kind of side texturing that's on this. You can kind of see the cracks and crevices that are kind of within the, I don't know if that's technically stucco or anything like that, but you also get the nice creeping ivy on the sides and a little bit of a deco on the side. It looks like a pretty decent size haul for you. Now, one thing I will say is this definitely does look like a very specific like building type where it's going to be fitting on very specific map types. So it's not going to be very universal for those who want to use it on, say, an American style map versus a anywhere else. This definitely has that kind of European vibe to it. So be on the lookout for that. But 9 megabytes to install and only $20,000 to buy. If you're playing on a European map, I would go ahead and grab this. Shaban, what do you think?
Honestly, it looks kind of like or one of those grain sheds, something you'd store grain in with solid concrete walls. It looks like, or like you said, could have been stucco or something. It looks like you just dump your grain in and go. Of course, I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with sheds or buildings overseas, and maybe there is a very different use case for this. But maybe that's what I'd be using it for if I were to download it. Otherwise, it looks great. I love the normal map details. You can see all the little um, weathering and wear effects on the side of the building. It just brings that all together, and I love the overall design of it too. You can look inside there. You have all rafters, your trusses. It's all in there, and truly it looks amazing. Just in every aspect of it.
And Will, what do you think?
it would definitely be a pass for me. I mean, I don't typically use sheds like these. Um, I mean, for me, I tend to try to either stick with something that's going to stand out to me or something that's like US based. Um, but this would definitely be a pass for me. For anyone who does want to use it, it is 18 slots. So
Gotcha. Next one we have is the Hull Pack. This is by Tom's Acre Welton. 8.84
I think it's
megabyte.
German. Yeah,
That's
Ackerwelt. And I guess plugging it into Google Translate, actually, I got kind of curious. It translates to Farmland Worlds. It's Tom's Farmland Worlds. It's what that translates to.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nice. So this is the haul pack, price point of $50,000 for the main haul. You also have a haul with bale storage for $50,000 and a haul with a workshop for $55,000. So all in all, this looks really sharp. I like this. It's only 9 megabytes to install too, so it's not that intrusive. You basically get the selection of 3 different styles of hauls here. And I don't know, I really like how this is kind of open and designed. So you've got the kind of open and exposed, trusses that are inside this whole thing. Looks like there's a bit of racking in the back as well, as best as I can tell with this last screenshot here. Yeah, okay, no, it's in the fourth one as well. So a little bit of racking in the back corner over there. But this is a bale and pallet. This is a workshop, and this is just a normal shed. I like it. I think it's a cool design. It looks like it also has solar configs as well, so that's really nice. And the bale and pallet storage holds 1,000 items. That's pretty sleek. Yeah, I think this is a really nice one. Shaven, what do you think?
In the last screenshot, you can use them, or last 2 screenshots, you can see them use bale storage. I'm not so sure if having bales in there will work out if it's going to be a rainy day, but otherwise it's just another open storage shed, which in its own aspect is pretty cool. Definitely did a good job leaving enough room in there, and I think those racks and all the other stuff he has put in there is definitely cool. I think those are actually set up for like some sort of tipping storage or whatever, and I think that's awesome because there's a bunch of different functionalities that the player can customize it to utilize, and then they can kind of use that to form their whole save game. So like, okay, I want this shed to be bale storage. I want this shed to be farm or tractor storage. I want this to be X, Y, or Z. It's definitely a cool. It's definitely a cool building that people are able to use. Would I see myself using it? Probably not, but definitely interesting.
And Will, what do you think?
I definitely have to agree with this with Shape and Body. I don't think I'll be using this. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks absolutely fantastic, especially when you can use it as a haul. And then of course you got the bale storage holds 1,000 pieces, which is pretty good. And then the workshop, it's repair only, not repair and repaint. Keep that in mind. Other than that, yeah, it's not bad. Each thing is 8 slots, so it's not awful. So
Excellent, excellent. I need to catch up with the chat here real quick. So we got Cavalier Roy saying, Munchies, you can join the Discord. I believe a few of them was opened with the idea of modders and people wanting to get into the modding was created. Very nice. Samuel, how's it going, Samuel? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hey, BDD, look for upcoming hurricanes. Oof. Yeah, no, I know. It's getting towards that time here in Florida, so we got to brace ourselves. Munchie says, I still have everything, all 4K textures and diffuse maps that loads without textures that loads, was working on custom animal sounds and stopped. Oof. Farmer Donkey says, I'm sorry, I don't know what you were asking. Let's see. We got Munchie says, maps for FS. Munchie says, great program. We got Pippa. How's it going, Pippa? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hi, BDD. And Will. Notorious One, how you doing, man? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, rank the South American map 1 to 3. I've not played it yet. There is like 3 or 4 with a 4.5 star rating. Also says, just trying to get y'all's opinion on the start playthrough on 1. Number 1, BR 163. Number 2, Matapipa, and number 3, Rancho. I would agree with that ranking. Actually, I might swap that around to where number 2 is Rancho, number 3 is Matapipa, but they're all really good. Like, all those South American maps are fantastic. Notorious says, thank you. Is it close between 1 and 2, or is it a new map, head and shoulders above? I think the new one is head and shoulders above the other two. The productions, pretty much everything about it is fantastic. Ken says, just started playing on BR163. Nice. Munchie says, I would say it's pretty close. Can't go wrong with it, either one. Notorious says, still waiting for BDD to put out his updated top 10 map video. Yes, that is coming. Going to be working on that here very, very soon. Notorious One says, thank you to Munchies. And Munchies says, no problem. Glad I could help, my friend. And that is it. And Will, you're not streaming on your end, you said, correct?
Right.
All right, nothing catch up on your end. So let's see. The next one is the post service. This is by Caliph Zurich. Is 1.36 megabytes to install, $10,000 to buy, and this is a placeable. But this one is definitely interesting. So it says in the description, the main idea of this mod is relaxation and roleplay. I am aware that there's nothing to do with farming, but selling prices are not high, so that everything is just a part-time job. For the best experience, I recommend importing packages one at a time to a sales point and then going to the next one. Otherwise, you lose its charm. So based on what I understood with this, is this basically a production for mail? Am I wrong in saying that there, Will?
Yes and no. So basically, it is based for like, for example, if you have like Amazon or something, and like you have a package you have to go deliver. The only difference is, so you just go up like you would to like that, like the warehouse. So you can just buy all the pallets you need to build something. You basically go up to it. You click it. The only thing you could buy is the boxes for it. You buy them and they're free. You don't even pay for them. They're free. You can get as many as you want, and then you just go off and sell, make a little bit extra cash.
Okay. That's interesting. Says that it's $300,000 to buy. So all in all, what do I think of this? With that kind of context in mind, I don't know if this is something I would necessarily install on my personal play, as it just kind of feels like it'd be a little quote unquote cheaty. It just sounds like a free way to get money. And if that was the case, I would just either, download the government subsidy sign and pop that in there or something along those lines, just kind of add a little generator. But I can't appreciate that this is like it says it's only set to 100 liters due to game conversion. So it's going to limit the amount of product that you're going to get out of this at any given time. So I don't know. It's one of those that for me personally, I'd probably end up skipping on this. But for those who want to kind of add a little dynamic to their gameplay, it's not outside the realm of, quote unquote realistic. Shaven, what do you think?
There are people that would be using this for like role play, I guess. Like, you could place it on the outside of town. You could just deliver packages, or, um, I guess, do a bunch of other cool stuff with it, role play wise. But I think personally, I'm not going to use it. Definitely a cool feature. I feel like this could be something that they could build off of, make more production points for more role play things, but I probably won't be using it.
And Will, what do you think?
I am right there with shaving modding. It's something that I probably will not use. It's nice to have, especially if because I think he mainly brought this out to have people like because if people like myself who actually play through winter, like we don't skip through winter, um, uh, then it's something to make like a little extra cash on the side, which I could see. But for me, it would be a pass. It's only 12 slots, so it's not awfully high.
I gotcha. Next one we have here is the parking spaces. This is by Cookie Monster. It is 38.49 megabytes to install, and we've got a whole. My daughter is just starting to get into the whole Sesame Street theme. Her favorite right now is Abby Cadabby Cookie Monster, and Cookie Monster being it kind of reminds me of it, so I like it. It's got a little soft spot in my heart. But we've got a bunch of deco here and several different pricing points as well. So looks like we got small parking spaces, large parking spaces, so on and so forth. Looks like we got color selections and the whole 9 yards. All in all, what do I think of this? It's almost 40 megabytes to install. That's quite a bit for a bit of deco for you to be able to kind of add a little bit of flair to your map. Me personally, I'd probably end up skipping on this one just because of the file size. But overall, it does add that kind of layer of immersion that if you want to dress up your map and kind of add a little pizzazz to it, here you go. It's here for you. Shaben, what do you think?
So parking spaces, maybe somebody wants to decorate their save game or something that's right, and that could be something that they could utilize. Again, this is not going to be something that I'm going to use if I were, and I just mainly for the reason that, or because of the reason that I have giant. If I wanted parking spaces or something on a map, I could just go in there and toss them in there. But if you're unable to do that, then this would be a great mod to decorate your town, what have you with.
And Will?
Um, Now, as coming from a guy who loves to decorate farms, which you know because you've seen my farm builds,
Mm-hmm.
um, this is a hard pass for me. 40 megabytes just for parking spaces? Yeah, no. I don't need it that bad. Don't get me wrong, they look absolutely fantastic. I'm happy it's out. It's another people to use. Um, I know the slot count ranges, so you got 10, 11, 4, 9, 9, 4, 2, 1. So, not awful. So,
Nice. And I believe that's it for what was that, the 7th, I do believe. So
yes.
Shaben, what we do here at this point is we go through the ones that we go for that day and we pick our favorite of the day. So do you have a favorite mod for the day?
Um, if I were to pick my favorite, it'd definitely be the map. I feel like the map has the most amount of effort and detail and overall just quality put into it. Like you said, you've got every like little detail. Like in the town, I'm looking at the screenshots here. You've got your like little construction equipment parked outside the building. You've got the dirt tracks along the dirt road. And then the quarry, you've got like all your little ridges and edges, and you got the little spiral leading down into the pit itself. In fact, these are all different features that are put into the map that maybe some players might not notice it. And there's some things that I didn't even and Forest had until the end of 22. But I feel like it's just people will look at it and like the more you look at it, the more you walk through, the more you play through it, the more you'll appreciate it. And looking at it now, I definitely appreciate all these different features a lot. So it's definitely a cool map, and I will be downloading it.
Nice. Will, what do you think?
It'd have to be the hat, the map. I was about to say hat, just no hat. The map, hands down. And we all know your answer, the map.
Oh, we're going to have a clean sweep on this one. Absolutely the map. And for exactly the same reasons that Shaben mentioned before, I think it's a fantastic map. It's got so many details, so many just little touches and flair. It feels like I've never been to South America, so I'm only saying that it feels right. It, I don't know, just something about it makes me feel like if I was there in South America, if I was in Brazil, this would be what I would expect to see. So, is it? I don't know. All right, so moving on. Oh, what's that?
Who knows?
Oh, moving on, we got another map. This is called Star Valley. This is a European map by Truck69, 298.06 megabytes to install. And this one here is it's interesting. It is extremely interesting if you ask me. This is Riverbend Springs on a mountain steroid. And what I mean by that is, as you are going through, if you look at the actual map PDA itself, it is Riverbend Springs. But this has so many hills, mountains, undulations, the whole 9 yards, that it's basically if Riverbend Springs and Silver Run Forest met and had a baby, this would be it. So I liked it. It was definitely interesting. I think in my in my tour, I think I gave this a 4 out of 5. This is definitely going to be one of those maps that's going to make you think. And what I mean by that is you're not going to be able to get away with just buying the smallest or cheapest thing that you can get your hands on. You're going to have to save up, and you're going to have to get something with far more horsepower than what you're going to think you need, because the maps the fields and all this stuff is super aggressive. The hills, the undulations are just ridiculous on this map. And the one thing that Truck 69 does on pretty much every one of their maps that I can remember, especially coming back from FS22 days, is the custom field up in the upper left-hand corner. Actually, a couple of fields up there in the number 69. That I think is seen on pretty much every one of their maps that I can remember for FS22, and is back here for 25. Me personally, not a huge fan of that. It just kind of takes the immersion away from the map itself, but I understand it's kind of like the little trademark signature, whatever the case may be, for this particular map maker. All in all, like I mentioned, I think it's a 4 out of 5. If you're looking for a challenge, I think this is going to be it. I don't know. Shaven, what do you think?
I feel like the little 6ix9ine trademark is definitely a odd but traditional, for them at least, touch, because like you said, if they've been doing it long enough, then it just kind of becomes like their little signature that they leave in an art piece or something. But the map's definitely interesting, because like you said, takes a lot of the aspects from uh, oh gosh, I'm blanking. Sorry, Silver Run Force and the base game 25 US map. Trying to remember what it's called.
Riverbend Springs.
Springs. Thank you. It takes aspects from both of those and makes one good mod. I mean, you got your vineyards, you've got your orchards, you got all of that for players who might want that. You've got logging availability, and I I think I can see some crops like regular wheat growing in there too. So you've got a little bit of everything for everybody, all on a mountainside, or in between mountains, I guess, which I think is definitely kind of cool. Um, Interested to see more from these people, see what else they bring to the FS modding community.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, it's gonna be a pass for me. But I don't know if you heard working over here. The only reason why I looked at it is because of the 69, but that's just I kept smirking over here because of that. Um,
Nobody can
But,
accuse us of not being children at heart.
I I appreciate it because it's a map. It's something now that people can use. I mean, it's there. I mean, it's gonna be a pass for me. But if you like Silver Run, and if you like Riverbend Springs, then if you want a map that's like both the best worlds, go for it.
And it's definitely interesting because, like I said, you can drive around the map and you can really find those distinctions between Riverbend Springs and this. Like you can get the kind of general flavor of Riverbend Springs, but there's enough differences, enough changes to it to where it is definitely going to kind of throw you for a loop in certain aspects. So, for an example, in the bottom right hand corner of the map, there's the bridge that goes north to south on that corner, southeast corner of the map, that will link back up to the main road down in the south that goes basically straight east to west, and it cuts the entire map in that east to west direction. That bridge has been removed in that specific portion, and there's almost like I want to almost say it's like a hydroelectric like inlet pump is what I think it's supposed to be. But I mean, I ended up driving through the river and getting to the other side. I don't think you're going to be able to do that in every vehicle. I think it's going to be just deep enough to where it's going to maybe eat a tractor or two. But I was in the electric version of the Volvo semi truck, and that was just tall enough to be able to wade through it and be fine. But it was just one of those where you can definitely get those vibes of Riverbend Springs, but the terrain is so aggressive that it definitely is going to make you, like I said, it's going to make you think about how to proceed on the map. Next one we have is the Ratna Forwarder Pack by HR Forst and Vasugbao. 53.13 megabytes to install, and we have a pair of forwarders here. 350,000 for the F18D clam bunk, and 350,000 for the actual wide load XL, the F20D. So these forwarders are pretty nice, pretty nicely detailed. I do like them. I don't do enough forestry personally to really make these kind of practical. But taking a look at our base game products here, we do have the Ratna F20D already in base game, and that is at $350,000. As we can see here, it's basically the same thing. So we've basically got a retelling of this portion of it. The new part of this is the clam bunk, the F18D. That is the new portion. Now, I don't understand why people have been doing this. I've been seeing this a lot here lately, where people will make a pack and it's basically one mod that is already included in base game and then another thing that's kind of brand new. I'm not understanding why that's happening. Maybe it's to add all those kind of features and stuff that you see, like all vehicles have wheel selection, rear steering, color selection, optical options, cable winch, various technical modifications, like all these different things that the modder added, and I greatly appreciate that. And those are things that are nice. I don't know if that's enough for me to be like, okay, well, let me absorb almost 55 megabytes worth of file size in order to have one new set of equipment and one base game set of equipment with some additional features. I don't know. This one is going to be a pass for me. Again, I don't do enough forestry to make this kind of worth it. Shaven, what do you think?
I'm right there with you. I don't do enough forestry to see myself downloading it. Maybe for some whatever reason I get the random like spark to just decide to go out and cut a bunch of trees down in FS. I can maybe see myself downloading it. Is it gonna be something I'm gonna keep afterwards? Probably not. Yeah.
And the one thing I'll throw in there is HR Forest and Forsogbao, they are probably the top echelon of forestry equipment modders. They do pretty much anything and everything when it comes to forestry. So I'm sure that these things are spectacular in every way. So I don't want to take anything away from these in any way, shape, or form. It's just like both of us said, we're not big enough into the whole forestry thing to make this worth it, and kind of looking from the whole kind of eye view of a not a PC but a console player, 55 megs almost is going to be a lot to swallow. So, Will, what do you think?
Oh, you know how I feel about forestry. It's a hard pass for me. And if I use anything forestry, it's gonna be John Deere. Yeah, so I mean, if you like doing forestry, feel free. They're excellent mods that look fantastic. Forest. And then I mean, if you really like the brand Rotney, there you go. The first one's 23 slots, the other one's 22. They are up there on the slot count, but you can see wherever they go.
Oh, well, absolutely. And you figure that it's going to have all the components that are going to be moving, and, all that stuff's going to take up additional, space and all that stuff. So, yeah, all in all, they're nice, but just not up our alleys. Next one we have is the Pagio Ape Plus. This is by Just Farming. It is 5.55 megabytes to install, and we've got what appears to be 3 separate little transport vehicles. We have a standard, one with a 1600 liter tipper and a flatbed. So, I mean, all in all, that's not that bad. If you like these little trikes that are running around the map, I think this is kind of based off of the Asian map, the Hutan Pantai mod that kind of is supposed to be encompassed in that one. All in all, this is going to be a pass for me. Even at 6 MB, it's not that intrusive, but I don't use this vehicle, so it being so small, I'd much rather use like the John Deere Gator or um, the equivalent for Kubota that we have in base game rather than this. But you figure, what is that, $5,500 to buy and only 6 MB? Yeah, it's just not one for me, but I can hear an argument from others because it's not intrusive on the file size and it's certainly not intrusive on the price. Shaben, what do you think?
Based on what I could tell from Just Farming's Facebook page, it seems like it was like a French-oriented mod. And maybe that's something that they see a lot out there. I don't know, but I probably won't ever be using it.
And Will, what do you think?
I don't use the base game one, so there's no way I'm gonna be using this. I mean, I haven't even played on the Hutan Pantai, so I know so for the 3 that you were talking about, so you got like 1 standard, 2 with a tipper, and then 3 with flatbed. That's actually all customization for one vehicle. So other than that, it is gonna be a pass for me. It's only 9 slots. I don't know what the so, but not bad.
All right, moving on. We've got the Lizard Gooseneck Haymaster. Oh, why is it not letting me click? There we go. By AgroSketch. This is 5.87 MB to install, $20,800 to buy, transport width of 2.8 meters. This, I like it. I like this a lot. So let me just read through here real quick. I don't think this has auto load. Oh, no, wait.
It does.
Easy and pro unloading assistant must be set to 0. So yeah, auto load control. Yeah, so this is an auto load. Nice. I like this one. I like this one a lot, considering that this is only 6 MB. I remember seeing this back in FS22, and it's just a unique trailer set that you can sit there and you can load manually, or you can use an auto load kind of feature, and yeah, it holds quite a bit on it. It looks like it holds, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bales on either side. So 20 bales in total. So it's going to carry a lot of bales down the road and going to do some work for you. You can use it as the gooseneck. It does look like it'll hook up to your base international, in the bed of the truck there. So very nice indeed. I like this one. Shaben, what do you think?
This is actually something I could see myself using. It's a bale trailer, of course, and it's got auto load, which is always a nice little feature if you're really bad like me at stacking bales. I feel like they did a pretty good job at putting this together. It looks to be, for what it is, a very well detailed model, and yeah, I'm actually gonna download this now. It looks like a great mod. I'm probably gonna use this a couple different times on my Mount Zion save with making hay and all of that fun jazz.
So what I loved about this back in FS22 is that if you're using a round baler, which it was very rare that I'd use round balers because, they'd run away from you or whatever the case may be. But when you found that map where a round baler kind of suited and was kind of fitting, this was an awesome trailer because all you'd have to do is take your front loader, your telehandler, whatever it is that you're loading, even if you're not using the auto load feature on this, stack it on the back here, then go and get 2 more bales, just like it shows here on the third screenshot. You just set it down to the back, you grab your next set, and you just push, and then get your next set and push, and get your next set and push. And eventually you get to the very end, and you get to a little breaker bar that stops the bales from going forward. So it's really simple to manually load, but having the auto load feature also is fantastic. Love both of those features. Will, what do you think?
I love it. I already installed it. Absolutely love it. Now, to clarify it out, there are two different versions for the autoload. So you have your autoload, which I know a lot of people like to use. You just drive up and boom, just pops right on. The Pro, it is an autoload, but you actually have to bring the bale over to the trailer. And as soon as you put it on, kind of like the way it shows in the photo, you put it on, you go get another one, you push it back. But when you set it on there, it automatically poof, goes right onto the trailer. So
The way that I've described it in the past is easy. Easy mode is the one where you can just do a drive-by and pick up your bales on the side of the hill or whatever the case may be. Pro mode is basically you coming in and just setting it on top of the trailer and then just snaps it off once you get it off your forks. So that's how I always kind of described it. Let's see. Moving on, we've got the Liquid Structure. This is by HT Modding, 1.7 megabytes to install. We have a price point between 33,500 and 83,500. Capacity ranges from 25,000 liters to 100,000 liters. So this just a nice little trailer. Now, the one thing that definitely seems interesting to me is that it is a attachable. What it attaches to, I'm not quite sure though. Will, do you know what this is
changing
attached?
system,
I'm sorry.
changing system.
Is that a separate mod or something, or is that something in base game?
No, so base game, it's in the these Axiom Rose trailers. You got trailers are. Then there's something else in changing systems, and then there's low loaders and so
The Anna
so,
Burger. That's what it
yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Okay, so for those who are not sure what this goes to, here in the vehicles section, you've got trailers, and then down here you got the category of changing systems. This is what it attaches to. It goes along with all the other Anna Burger attachments. So that makes so much more sense. It's just nice because that adds like an additional little feature to this. Yeah, that's nice. Shaven, what do you think?
If you're hauling around a lot of liquids, of water or any other things, yeah, that'd be mod for you. I don't see myself downloading it, just because I don't probably have a use for it. Um, yeah.
And Will, what do you think?
That's gonna be a hard pass. I don't even use the changing systems as it is, so there's no reason for me to get this. Plus, it doesn't do all liquids. And so it does both your milks, your normal milk, your buffalo milk, and then it does your water, liquid fertilizer, and herb. It doesn't do anything else other than that. And once again, I forgot the goat milk. Um,
No, not the goat milk.
Always gets left out. So it would definitely be a pass for me. This is 4 slots on consoles, which is not awful. And I forgot to mention that the lizard gooseneck haymaster is only 3 slots, so not too bad.
Not bad at all. Next one we have is the Sluton VT130 SP6834. This is a slurry tanker created by Hispano, 17.36 megabytes to install, and we've got two separate versions. We got the VT130. This is the slurry tanker, as $58,000 to purchase, 150 horsepower required, capacity range from 13,000 to 200,000 liters. And then we've got the Spider SP6834. This is the tool that's on the backside of this machine. The little direct drip hose, basically. 10 grand to purchase that. 6.8 meter working with, and a horsepower requirement of 40. So all in, you're talking a horsepower requirement of 190 is what it looks like. I like it. I like this one a lot. 18 megabytes to install, and if you're looking for a little slurry digestate spreader, this is going to be a good little option for you. If we take a look at our base game comparables, we're going to be looking in our slurry tanks. Looks like probably the closest one. Let's see, 6.8 meter working with is what I said. Really don't have much to compare this to per se, because really we got the FarmTech Super Cease 800, and the next closest one is going to be the Flegel PFW 18,000 Maxline Plus. So you can see here the FarmTech is 31,500, horsepower rating of 80 horses, and a spread width of 8.2 meters. So we can say this is going to be the closest one we're going to have. So we're going to focus on this one. So 31,500. I'm sorry, what was that?
Would the Hoolies be a good comparison, or the GEA tanks from the DLC, or would those be too big compared to the Shouten?
So when I'm looking at comparables, I look at base game in case people out there don't have that DLC downloaded.
Gotcha.
But so when looking at this, we're looking at a price point of $31,500, but the mod here is $58,000, so it's a bit more expensive. But where you're going to see the biggest differences are in the capacities. So the FarmTech has a capacity of 8,200 liters as compared to the minimal base capacity of the mod of 13,000. So right there, you're talking about an extra 5,000 liters base. It can get up to 200,000 liters, so it has that unrealistic capacity. And then you also need to take into account that you have to buy the tool, because I don't think this will actually sling this out without the tool on the back. If I can get a backside view. Nope, it definitely has a 3-point attachment link, so you definitely need that rear drip hose tool. So all in, you're talking $68,000. You're talking about an extra 30 grand off of base. But you do get an extra... well, actually, you could take a loss on the working with. In the base one here, we have 8.2 meter versus 6.8. So all in all, this might be a pass for me because, I mean, yeah, you can get to that ridiculous, capacity, which is nice, but you're taking a loss on your working with, you're taking a loss on your, the amount of money that you're spending. And yeah, all in all, it's, you can be covered in base game for a much cheaper rate. I think I'd just go with the one in base game. Ship, what do you think?
Personally, I think that I would rather. Well, I guess comparison-wise, is it better than things, or would it catch my attention better than the base game things? Probably. But I'd rather see myself using the Plains and Prairies DLC tanks instead. Although in it itself, it is a cool mod.
100%, and it's very highly detailed too. You can see all the various hoses and pumps and whirly-doos that are on this thing. Like, there's tons of stuff that's going on this one. So that 18 megabytes of file size, I can see it being justified just in the amount of detail that's on this particular tanker. Will, what do you think?
It would definitely be a pass for me. I know this was a conversion from 22 as well. I can say that that I would definitely agree with Shaven. I would definitely go with the DLC for those. But I also know another one that I really like too. You can kind of compare it because I know the 6 meters for spread width, but it's the Velmetal's Duratac pack from Custom Modding. For me, this seems more of like you'd see in like Europe, not really the States. So it'd be a pass for me. The tank itself is only 4 slots, and the hose in the back is so not too bad.
Let's see. Next one we have is the Lizard Semi-Chisels pack. This is by Alexi Modding, Starter Modding, 32.22 megabytes to install. Whew, that is a lot. Let's see. This is under cultivators. We've got a working width of 2.2 and 3.5, and a price point of 4,000 going up to 9,250, and horsepower requirement of 80 to 120. So all in all, I mean, right off the bat, 32 megabytes for some cultivators, that's going to be a hard one for me. That's going to be a pass right off the bat. But let's do our due diligence and take a look at our comparables. So starting out with the 2.2 meter working width is going to put us in the Noach Eco Cultivator 300 territory. $16,000 to purchase that. So right off the bat, you're saving about 12 grand right off the bat. But you are also missing out on some working with. The Eco Cultivator is 3 meters. This mod here is 2.2 to start. So yeah, you're saving quite a bit, but you're losing a little bit, but not much. I mean, that price savings that you're getting, that 4,000 compared to 16,000 at 12 grand, you're saving more than what you're losing out on the working with. And of course, you can also bump it up to the 3.5 meter working with and only pay $9,250. You're still cheaper and bigger than the Eco Cultivator 300. So all in all, everything looks nice and dandy until you see that file size. And then once you see that file size, to me personally, that's going to be a hard pass. Shaban, what do you think?
I'm probably gonna pass. I've got or with the 980 cultivator base game or the summoners cultivator. I think it's summoners or maybe it's a yeah, I think it's the Summoners 60-foot cultivator or whatever base game. I see those, and those typically will catch my interest better as they're more North American uh, cultivators. I feel like I'm going to use those more compared to this. These are cool. They definitely will catch some people's attention. Some people might like tea with these ones.
And Will, what do you think?
Uh, it was definitely be a pass for me. I mean, it's 32 megabytes for a couple cultivators. Um, I mean, if I was playing more on like a European style map, it was like a smaller map, then yeah, absolutely, I could do this. But other than that, it would be a pass for me. Don't get me wrong, they look fantastic. And it goes from 3 slots, 4 slots, 3 slots, 4. So not awful on the slot count either for them.
Let's see, moving on to the next page here, we've got the Lizard Back Bale Fork by ETA La Machois. 2.7.
Monsieur.
What's that?
La Monsieur.
Monsieur. That. French. 2.76 megabytes to install, $740 to purchase. So we've got a 3-point hitch bale spike. I really can't say too much about it. If that's the kind of style that you are interested in, not necessarily my cup of tea, but let's take a look at some comparables. I don't think really base game we have a good comparable for this one, if I'm not mistaken. Because I don't think we have anything that's really kind of 3-point based base game. So best thing I can do is the front loaders Albert Bale Spike for $600. So it's going to be a little bit different in its functionality, but all in all, it's going to be the same. So $740 compared to the $600, you're going to spend a little bit more, but you also have to take into account that the front loader, you're either going to have to buy a front loader for your tractor, or you're going to have a completely separate machine that is the front loader. So this might be a nice little addition to be able to get out of that price point. 2.76 megabytes, not that bad. So all in all, I would consider installing this. I would. It's one of those. It also has the ball hitch I can see in the first screenshot here, so you can potentially actually attach things to it. It looks like it also may have a folding mechanism to where you'll be able to fold stuff away for this. So you're not just having spikes out in the middle of your tractor running down the road kind of thing. So yeah, all in all, I could see installing this. Shaban, what do you think?
Um, we've actually got a sort of similar 3-point bale spike that we have on the rear of our. We use and it's got a ball hitch on it, and it's nice because we can just drop the trailer, or we can have that gooseneck trailer on the back of the tractor hooked to that going down the road, and then we can drop the trailer quick, run around, pick up bales, and then just raise your 3-point arms, pick up that trailer, and head home. They're really handy, and I do think this is a cool mod. but the Lizard brand kind of kills it for me. Does that mean does that take away from the mod itself? No, I'd say that the mod itself is actually pretty interesting to me. I probably wouldn't use this one particularly.
I gotcha. I gotcha. Will, what do you think?
Oh, and Home Shaven definitely brings up a good point. The lizard logo on it. I mean, if that, then I think it would be absolutely fantastic, especially with that ball hitch, which he also made a valid point about that. Um, I can see people using this. I personally won't. But like I said, it's another option that's out there, and I really appreciate that it is here. And the best part is, well, it's only 2 slots, so it's not going to take up a massive slot count. So
Now, I don't know about you two, but I think that what would be awesome is that there was a third version of this. So you've got basically the empty version of it, you've got the ball hitch version of it. I think a third version where you could have a pin hitch would be amazing, because here's the thing is I love these kind of mods where it basically moves the attachment point for trailers and stuff back behind the 3 point, behind the tires. It gives you a much wider turning radius and turning range with your, trailed vehicles, your trailers and stuff. So I absolutely love that, especially in the game. Um, but obviously, not everything's going to hook up to a ball hitch, so it'd be nice to have that as an option. But that's just me personally.
Yeah, I think that's a fair argument.
yeah,
All right, next one we have is the Flegel DKS22. This is by MW Micah 3615, 4.65 megabytes to install. We have a price point of $4,100, a capacity of 2,200 liters, 3,100 with the extension. We also have the barrel and tank of 2,000 liters. And this is like a little 3 point attachment, just pull behind, that you can have for your like your palleted goods, your like logs, or your, it shows here in the first screenshot, like your chicken feed, your big bags and stuff. You can just kind of load random bric-a-brac in here and take it around the town, kind of thing. Has straps so you'd be able to kind of lug it around, and it also has a tanker version of it as well. All in all, for 5 megabytes and that price point of $4,100, that's not that bad, all things considered. And it does have the tipping capacity as well, because you can see it has the 2,200 liter capacity, as well as the 3,100 liter capacity with the extension. So basically, it's a 3 point hitch trailer, is what this all boils down to, with ability to have liquids as well. I like it. I think this is kind of an interesting little thing. Yeah, I'd install this for 5 megabytes. Why not? Shaben, what do you think?
I guess I could see people using that to haul around different like seed pallets, or I don't know. Does it have a like a fill level so you could store different types of, like you could store like actual seed in it, or you could store like grain in it or something, or is it
yes,
just pure pallet? Okay. I guess I could see people dumping their extra fertilizer or seed or something into that. Um, I probably wouldn't use it, but it's definitely a cool little thing that I'm sure other people would love using. Um, yeah.
And Will?
well, this is something I could definitely see somebody using, like start from scratch. This would be like a perfect thing for that. For me personally, it would be a pass. The one thing I do want to point this out, and it's not directly with the mod, but it's with the modder. Um, MW, Modding Welt. I'm starting to realize he's bringing a lot more stuff for all platforms. Because I remember back in 19 and 22, he was mainly PC and Mac only. But now he's starting to bring more and more stuff to all platforms, which I am very excited for. So, um, other than that, it looks fantastic, and I definitely think that people will definitely find some use for this. And it's only 4 slots, so it's not going to take up a massive slot count.
And that's fantastic. If we got more modders who are putting out stuff for all platforms, that's fantastic. I love to see it. Let's see. Next one we have is the New Holland weight. Ooh, your favorite there, Will.
Ugh.
By AZ Bunker and CR82. 3.95 megabytes to install. Price point of $400 starting. It looks like we have configurations of 430, 790, and 1150 kilogram selectable sizes. So it's a slice weight. At the end of the day, we've got the little slice weight. I'm not seeing anything that's really going to make me kind of be like, oh boy, this is something more than just a weight. It's, as many of you out there remember, was it last week, Will? Keep me honest on this one. Chris S. ended up putting out Chris S. of Chris S. and Riley S. put out an adjustable weight. That one I crowed about for quite some time. This does
Last
not.
week.
It was last week. Okay. Yeah, this one definitely is not the crowing type. This is just a weight, unfortunately. So, Shaven, what do you think?
New Holland.
Well, it being a weight, probably won't use it a whole lot if I do use it at all. Yeah, I guess that's my perspective is just another weight. Is it cool that they added the individual weights? Yeah. But I don't know. Just another weight, in my opinion. That
Well, I think that's pretty much all our opinions on weights. It's just a weight. There it is. Uh,
the minion weight was the only one that was ever special.
yeah. um,
I agree.
It's gonna be a hard pass, and I mean, yes, as much as I don't like New Holland, because I don't.
It's his favorite.
No, it is not. John Deere is my favorite.
John Deere
It
and
is
Pretty
just a
Blue.
weight. Ew. Um, don't get me wrong, it looks fantastic, and it gives another option, especially for people. New Holland, it gives you another option out there, and it's only 2 slots, so it's not going to take up a massive slot count either.
Will, I think you doth protest too much. Moving on.
What?
The dual-wheeled washer by Mantrid, 0.89 megabytes to install and a price point of $4,400. This is pure, unadulterated insanity. Insanity. Mantrid, I'm used to creating all sorts of crazy stuff, very along the lines of a ridiculous Dominic, but this one is next level insane. So this has a 3-point attachment, so you can attach this on your tractors and go running around and go do all sorts of crazy stuff. But then, just like the dual wielding lightsabers, you can go out there and just start hacking and slashing at your dirty, dirty vehicles and turn them into clean vehicles. I like it. I think this is interesting. Now, does this clean twice as fast as a normal single wand washer?
8 times as fast.
Oh, 8 times as fast. Ooh, okay, well, that right there, I would install it just for that there, because I don't know about anybody else here, but I can't stand washing my vehicles. It's like, oh, I just feel like I just want to get done with this.
Well, I will say this: DJ Goham in his mod video, because he's on PC. He actually got a tractor and he made it to the dirtiest level he could. He took this mod and he just sprayed it on for 2 seconds. It was already clean.
Oh my god! So what you're saying is that DJ was all for it.
Oh, he was thrilled. He goes, oh, look, I'm on the west, but with washer.
Oh, Shaven, what do you think?
Honestly, I'm pretty sure this is just like I wonder what I can get away with type Mandarin thing. I remember seeing him post about it in a Discord server, and I just thought, what in the world? But apparently, he got a kick out of making it, and I think this is kind of like one of those. You know, I'm gonna have fun modding for once type mods, and I think that's something that he he definitely he definitely accomplished that. Having fun and modding and he just way overdoing it. Like I remember back in 19, he had like a giant 3D track that you were actually able to drive around in the map. It reminds me of that actually. Just one of those. Yeah, I wonder what I can get away with.
All right, now I want both of you to be brutally honest with this question.
Hmm.
When you saw
Oh, what?
the, here, be honest with me. When you saw the first screenshot, when you were going through this, did Western music play in your head? Like the whole like that kind of whistly kind of like from the old Western movies.
No, if I'm gonna be honest, it's like down south banjo music started playing.
I love it. Will, what about you?
For me, no music started playing in my head. The only thing that came to my head is
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, it is a welcomed addition to the Unreal world. Next one is the Pickle production by Cap
mm,
Aero. Cap Aero? Mm-hmm. 6.74 megabytes to install, $50,000 to buy, and we have the ability to pickle things. We can pickle olives and lettuce and chili peppers and tomatoes. But alas, alas, cucumbers are not not in here. Oh, all
womp,
in what's that?
womp, 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 womp.
Sad violin. All in all, it's a production point. This produces a few additional items that are not in base game. So, again, for those, we always give warnings and recommendations that you need to pay attention to how many of these style of mods that you install on your map because there is a fill limit as to the number of productions or the number of fill types that you can have or outputs that you can have on any single map. You are limited as to numbers of them. So this creates 4 new categories here: the pickled olives, the pickled lettuce, pickled chili peppers, and pickled tomatoes. And I don't know why, but pickled tomatoes just sounds very unappealing to me. I don't know why. So yeah, all in all, 7 megabytes to install, 50 grand. If you want some different ways to use some of your greenhouse goods, with the exception of your olives, hey, this will be a good way to do it. All in all, I like it. I think this is kind of cool. Shaven, what do you think?
Not one for a whole lot of productions in 22, so I probably wouldn't use it a whole lot. Although I do think it does bring some pretty funny concepts to the table. Makes me wonder what else you can do for productions wise. I wonder if you're able to. What I think would be cool is if you'd just be able to make some sort of pickled variation of everything. It honestly would kind of be kind of pickled wheat or uh, pickled strawberries or something. That'd be kind of funny if you're able to do that. But honestly, I think it's kind of just another one of those productions that some people will definitely be using. I personally probably won't be, but doesn't add or take away from the mod itself. I still believe he did a pretty good job because it definitely requires some patience and skill and knowledge creating and sitting down and creating all those pickled textures.
100%. Will, what do you say?
Um, well, so I want to start out first saying that this is a pass for me. There are certain factories I would use, and this is not one of them. Second thing is, when Bree saw this, she goes, "Wait, go back. What was that?" And because I was looking at it on the mod hub, and I'm like, "What, the pickle factory?" She goes, "Pickles." Um, she absolutely loves pickles. Um, and and well, she told me to get it, and I told her no. She goes, "Why not?" I'm like, "Well, I'm like, I have another copy of Farm Sim, you know." uh, the I mean, overall, I'm glad it's here. It's something different. It's something for other people to use. The pickle production is 13 slots, so it's not that awful. And the do wheel washer was 2 slots, so not bad.
So I have a prediction to make with this particular mod. A future update will occur when the new DLC comes out, and then we will have a new product type of pickled onions.
Yeah.
You might actually get this correct. You should put some money down on our bet. You might win.
Yeah. You might.
Those are my predictions. We will see if the modder and I sync up somehow. Moving on, we've got the wood chips processing factory. If it'll let me click into it. This is by FFMT Storm NL. Whew, that is one heck of a name. 100, no.
100 megabytes? Wow.
What's that?
Is it 100 megabytes? Wow.
No. It's 4.303 megabytes to install. And I was taking a look at the 125,000 monthly. Oh, no, wait, that's the price. And then monthly upkeep is 0. Okay. Whew. I was going to say that. Holy smokes. That would be a huge no right off the bat. When the $125,000 monthly upkeep. Whoo. Nope.
Pass.
That would be a hard pass. This one I absolutely adore. I love this mod, and here's why. This allows you to make all the various items that you see on the second screenshot, the boards, the carton rolls, paper roll, planks, and wood beams with wood chips. So if you want to be able to make all those various things, and I think boards is a stand-in for planks. I could be, no, because planks is down there at the bottom there. So, or is that planks long maybe? I think boards is supposed to be planks.
Long.
Planks is planks long, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, I can see it on the right side there. So, yeah, it's a little incongruity with the products list here, but that's fine. But all in all, you can make them with wood chips. So if you don't want to do a bunch of harvesting of trees and stuff, you can go out and get like the tree devourer, have it shoot all the wood chips into the back of your trailer, and then utilize this to make the downstream products that you would want to make with a normal sawmill. I like that. I think that's pretty cool. And looking at the planks recipe here, we've got 416 wood chips in for 410 liters of planks out. So that recipe right there is ridiculous. You're only losing 6 liters of wood chips in order to get planks. That's nuts to me. That may be a little overpowered, maybe a little overkill, but I'm still on board with it. Shaban, what do you think?
I honestly think that might just be it's cool concept, and it allows a player to utilize stuff that they otherwise wouldn't have a use for. But again, that might just be one of those things that I probably would not see myself using. Although you mentioned earlier, right, you almost up there and said you had a crazy amount of upkeep. I wonder if, just thinking about it, I wonder if Giants would allow me to submit something. The player would actually just lose money owning it. And I just blatantly tell. It makes me wonder if I'd just be able to blatantly upload it saying, "Yeah, you buying this," and it's just a random sign that says, "I lose money." And I wonder if Giants would allow that, or I wonder what they'd say about that. It'd be funny if that'd pass.
Probably would.
I don't see why they wouldn't let that pass, because there has been mods out there where it's strictly been to get your, especially for console players, to get your price point down to 0 kind of thing. So it's one of those, I don't see why it wouldn't allow you to do something like that. Mm. Will, what do you think?
It'd be kind of funny.
This I don't do forestry, so I don't do wood chips. So this would be pass for me. But if I did, I would definitely install this, because using wood chips to be able to do that, and I wouldn't say it's almost a 1-to-1 ratio, but you're only losing out on a little bit of wood chips on something. That's not bad at all. And to have the upkeep costs or the daily cost 0, that's fantastic. So, I mean, if you're big into forestry and you like doing productions, please, by all means, get this. It looks fantastic. And it's only 10 slots, so it's not going to take up a huge slot space. So,
Terrible.
100%. Next one we have is the Hay Dryer. This is by Fracassus Modding. Sound familiar? 14.21 megabytes to install. We can take our grass, 250,000 liters, and make it into hay, 250,000 liters. $30,000 to buy. And this I believe it's the same exact mod as we discussed earlier in regards to the
It
alfalfa.
is.
Yes, this is
It
just
is.
one for all of the maps out there, not just ones with alfalfa in them. So, kind of copy and paste what I was saying earlier. I like this, and I like it even more because this is universal, going to be used on any map out there rather than just ones with just alfalfa. Shaban?
Just another map production point, or not production point, but just another map converter. Like if you want to save time instead of just having to go out and ted every acre of grass that you cut, you can just all collect it and then just drop it in there, and you got boom, you got hay, and it's not in a bale form either. You're able to do whatever you want with it, whether you want to turn that into some sort of feed or mix it or do whatever you want with it. It's there for your or for whatever you need to turn it into. I think that that's kind of a cool feature in itself, or maybe not feature design or what have you. Um, yeah, I think it size wise, I think he did a pretty good. 14 megabytes isn't terrible for this. He did a pretty good job decorating it. I feel like maybe he could have incorporated the alfalfa function into this one, so it wouldn't be its own standalone thing. Just so you wouldn't have to have its own separate mod. But for what it is, I think he did a pretty good job.
And Will, what do you think?
Well, I mean, for me, I personally go out, TED, make bales, and store them. That's just what I personally do. But I mean, if someone doesn't like doing that, and you just like take it into a dryer, put it in, by all means, I think this is absolutely fantastic. It looks phenomenal. There's a fill plane, so you can see the grass rise and the hay rise. And it's not a bad speed on it either to make the hay, so that's pretty good. Um, overall, it's a pass for me, but someone out there will probably love it, and it's 17 slots, so that's decent.
Let's see. Next one we have is the bulk vegetable storage, also by Fracastus Modding, 18.47 megabytes to install. And we have basically a silo for potatoes, carrots, sugar beets, parsnips, green beans, peas, beetroots, and spinach. $30,000 to buy, 450,000 liters for each crop type. I like it. I think this is nice. If you want like a little storage for all those aforementioned products there, this is going to be a good one for you. And it has that kind of same feel as the last production point we just covered with for Cassius there. It's got that nice weathered texture, the wood siding with the kind of concrete basin. I think this is really nice. I think it's really cool. And yeah, it's got the fill planes, as you can see very plainly here. So you're going to see that kind of, go up and up and up. Now, I will say 450,000 liters is not much storage in comparison to the amount of products that you're going to get for, say, potatoes, carrots, beetroot. You're going to fill this up pretty quick with those productions or with those crop types. So it's going to be one of those that you might have about 50 of these running around on your map, but all in all, it's going to be very nice. Shaban?
Let's see. I honestly think that it's just another form of grain bins, but for like row crops, people will definitely be using this. I think he did a pretty good job. Whether it's going to be something, whether he's going to have to update it now for the onions fill type or whatever, most likely will. But otherwise, in itself, it's definitely cool that I can see people using. I probably won't be using it. A lot of row crops, if any at all. I usually the second I start loading into a game and I get row crops, I usually bomb them. So I won't be using it, but it's still pretty cool just being a storage unit for something, because otherwise I don't know. Maybe I think people. How do you store that anyway? Is that just I don't farm them usually? Is that something that Giants makes you have like a standalone grain bin for, or where do they? Or where base game? Where would you store them?
So, as far as I'm aware, and will keep me honest with this, I think most of these will basically be stored on the ground. I don't think we have a base game silo system that will store these.
Yes. But I know that your peas, beans, and spinach are meant to be sold immediately.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way the Giants put it down. Um, but I definitely want to say I love this mod, and I have it installed. Um, uh, I do agree with Shaban modding that if it's potatoes or sugar beets, carrots, parsnips, or red beets, you know exactly what I'm gonna do. Bye bye. You know, like I was plowed under. Um, but when it comes down to like spinach or peas, especially peas and beans, um, they sell for a phenomenal price. So that's why I always at least do those. Spinach, I mean, spinach is like up in the air kind of thing. So,
Yeah, and as everybody
um,
knows, kind of my standpoint on the new crop types, I'm kind of still jaded about the new crop types, um, just because of how expensive it is to get into them. They basically,
yeah,
Will, do you remember when FS 25 was around the corner? We were like kind of waiting for it to come out, and we were getting all the kind of updates and informations about it. And I kept saying, I'm totally on board with all these, spinach, green beans, and peas as long as it doesn't turn out to be like cotton. Do you remember all that?
right, yeah,
They turned out to be like cotton.
yeah.
So very, very expensive to get into. And one of those where you're not getting the amount that you need in order to be able to eat up the costs of said investments. I mean, but that's just me personally. I'm
Mm-hmm.
still
Yeah.
still a little hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I
All right. I,
I
I gotta wake up here earlier in the morning, so I should probably take off. But thank you guys for having me on. I really.
Oh, no problem whatsoever. Shaban, thank you so very much. Do you want to let everybody know where we can find you?
Yep. Yeah. You can find me on Facebook. My page is Shave Modding. And then I think on there I have a couple links listed through my for my Discord server. In there I'm typically a lot more active. There are other servers I'll pop in and help people out, or just post screenshots. And people like to contact me. Facebook or through Discord DMs would be a great way. I typically try and respond. So yeah, thank you guys for having me on. I really appreciate it. Have a great night.
You as well,
you too.
Shaban. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Will.
Hmm.
Um, and also I think BDD
Oh, you broke
at
up
some
there.
point.
You broke up there, Will. What'd you say?
Um, that I don't know if BDD would agree with this or not, but you probably will. But I think we would love to have you back on again at some point.
Yeah,
Hundred
I'd
percent.
be more than happy to have. I'd be more than happy to come back too. So just let me know.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Again, Shaban, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. Everybody, thanks Shaban very much. Had a lot of fun with you and getting kind of that modder's perspective on the mods to come. So again, thank you very much.
Yep, no problem. Have a great night.
You as well.
You too. Um, I do want to say though that there are two different silos for this. Um, and each silo's 10 slots, so not awful on the slot count either. So
No, it's not bad at all. Let's see. Moving on, we've got the Modern Shed by Modding Association Katsu. This is 8.02 megabytes to install, $125,000 to buy, and we have a bale capacity of 200. So this is actually pretty nice. I do like this, but this does have that very European look to it. I don't know, not it's gonna have its kind of places on specific maps. So this one for me is going to be one that I would install full knowing that this is going to only have certain places I'm going to be able to put it. But it does have, quite a bit of storage. You can see it's got that kind of undershed storage that you can see, the kind of under awning, as well as the kind of actual barn storage as well. So all in all, I like it. I think this is kind of nice for 9 megabytes to install. Not too shabby. Will, what do you think?
you said that's for the modern shed.
Modern shed. Yep.
Um, not bad. I mean, it does look really, really good. And I remember walking around the shed, Not bad at all. Very highly detailed. Which is absolutely fantastic. It's something that I probably won't use, but somebody out there, it'll probably be perfect for them. It is only 8 slots, which is not too bad at all. I do want to say that you skipped over one.
Did I skip over one? What did I skip?
Yeah, wooden shed.
No. How dare I? I'm fired. Kick me off my own show. Go ahead. All right. Well, I guess we can go back and check out the wooden shed. This is by for Cassius modding 9.228 megabytes to install, $35,000. This again is another awesome looking shed. It's got that beautiful texturing, the wood texturing, the concrete basin, the whole 9 yards. I like it. It is 10 megabytes to install, so it's not that intrusive. 35 grand to buy. Again, not that intrusive in the wallet. I like it. I think it's good. Will, what do you what do you say?
Well, I mean, I could definitely see this being used on that new Highland fishing map coming out.
Mm-hmm.
For someone. It's definitely there. So yeah, not bad at all. And I made a boo-boo, which I'm going to fix it right now. So the wooden shed is 10 slots. And the bulk vegetable storage that we talked about previously, that's both of them are 15 slots apiece. I read the wrong one. So
wait, what you're saying is I messed up, you messed up,
oh,
we're both fired. Good night, everybody.
oh.
And speaking of everybody, let me go ahead and catch up with the chat here real quick. So I believe I left off with David Groot. David, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. It says, does anyone know how to find the pallet barn for the concrete bridge? Oh, I believe you're referring to the
map.
The map, the BR-163. The pallet barn. Are you referring to where to make the pallets? Because if that's the case, I believe it's the sawmills that can make pallets, as well as the carpentry production points. But let me know if that's what you're referring to, or if that's what you're asking. Ken says, I did BDD's trick and got my little Massey Ferguson stuck on the log bridge in the southeast part of the BR-163. LOL. Yeah, no, I did the same thing. And oops. Ken says, BDD, make the BR-163 your next Let's Play stream map. Honestly, I'm quite thinking about it. That might be the next live stream map. FS Farmer says good night and thanks, BDD. Cheerio. FS Farmer, thank you so much for the raid earlier. I greatly appreciate it. You have yourself a fantastic rest of your day and you take care. Cavalier Roy says, wait until... What's that?
Cheerio.
Cheerio. I love it. Love it. Cavalier Roy says, wait until Giants brings Power Wash Simulator into the game. You'll love it. I don't know about all that, Roy. I mean, calm yourself there.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, they're headed into Construction Simulator, Power Wash Simulator, and now it seems like that modders are slightly headed into Police and Firefighter Simulator. So why not?
I really hope that I'm not the only one that understood that reference I just made. If you know the reference I just made, throw it into the chat. I'm very curious. Again, it's to be fair.
What reference?
To be fair. Oh. That's the reference. If you understand what that is reference to, put it in the chat. Let me know. All right.
I think I know.
You think you know?
I think I know, but I could be wrong.
Uh-oh. I'll tell you what. Let's give the chat an opportunity to take their guesses, and then I'll let you throw yours in. Next one we have is the British and Canadian potato / corn chip processing plant. This is by Mr. Dex. That's a mouthful. By Mr. Dex, 12.22 megabytes to install. Do we have a price point? I see it monthly, approximate. That's for solar. I don't see a price point. Anyways, inputs. We can put in potatoes, oil, any base game oil, tomatoes, cheese, spring onions, chilies, and garlic. And we get out corn chips, as well as, oh no, wait, that was for the potato chips. Ooh, those sound like a sour cream and onion kind of style of potato chips. That sounds nice.
Ew.
Ooh, you don't like sour cream and onion?
No.
Oh, we can't be friends no more. Again, goodbye, everybody.
Now, now, I will say this: if you put that and salt and vinegar in front of me, I'm choosing the sour cream nut.
Oh yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I will mess with a salt and vinegar every once in a blue moon. Every once in a blue moon, but it's super rare. But sour cream and onion, I mean, I'm not that picky when it comes to the potato chips. Like, yeah, I'm not that picky. I would certainly say that of the bottom of the list is going to be things like the salt and vinegar, and then ketchup. That's at the bottom. Yeah, and yes, that is the actual flavor, ketchup.
And also, if anyone's gonna eat salt and vinegar chips, don't have a cut on your hand.
Oh, that
Or a
would
wound.
stink so hard. Yeah,
And
no.
The only reason why I say that is because someone here might have experienced that.
Yeah, I bet you that was not a lot of fun. Go in for that first bite, and then it's like, holy cow, my hand's on fire.
Because 2 weeks before Brie and I actually, I was at work and I a box of beer. So I was stacking it away, and it actually like peeled back part of my skin on my hand, which I still have the mark like on my finger where it was. I thought nothing of it at all. Like it didn't even start bleeding. Fantastic. So I just like mosey on. I just like kind of just like because it was just the skin was like hanging off, so I just peeled it off. But continued on, and then I'm like, and then I want to go grab a snack or grab a small bag of salt and vinegar chips. Not thinking any of it because when I eat chips, I eat them with my left hand, not my right hand. But I had my phone in my left hand, not realizing that because my brain was like, I'm hungry, feed me. To the point that that I didn't even realize I was using my right hand until I started grabbing them. And out of the blue, I'm like, what am I feeling right now? I look down and a chip touched the wound on my hand.
Ooh. So be honest. Be honest. How deaf is the person on the other end of the phone?
I wasn't talking to anyone. I was on Facebook. But
I thought you were on the phone like talking to somebody.
No.
Darn it.
No.
You just had to ruin my joke, didn't you?
No, but here's the thing though. Like a second later though, I call my boss and I'm like, dude, we have a problem. He goes, what's that? And I'm like, so I got injured because I was trying to stack beer and I cut my finger. And he goes, it's just a paper cut. And I'm like, yeah. Told to report it anyways, just in case. Yeah. He goes, where are you? So he told me to stay there. He came out. He took a look at it. He goes, that's just not a cut, man. That's actually a scab. That's a bruise. Like on your finger, like it peeled back skin. Like that's not good. And he goes, am I smelling salt and vinegar? And I'm like, yeah, I had chips. Didn't realize I was using my right hand to eat them. And he goes, you didn't realize. He goes, when did you realize? When the burning sensation started happening.
I realized pretty quickly, actually.
And he started laughing. He goes, oh, when did thingy sensation happen?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anyways, going back to mods. So first one was potato chips. Now we're moving on to corn chips, and the inputs are the same thing, except instead of potatoes, we put in corn. I like it. all in all, again, warning for those who are putting in a ton of these kind of mods and stuff. You can only have so many fill types. You can only have so many output types. So this is creating 2 new output types, maybe 1, depending if the potato chips is like the same potato chips as base game. But corn chips is definitely a new output. So that's at least 1 new output, possibly 2. If you have too many of these outputs that are unique, brand new to the game, you can reach the limit. So be careful. All in all, I like it. 13 megabytes to install. I don't know how much this is to purchase, but yeah, having different styles of products and processes to do. Most of this is going to be done via your greenhouses, and then you're going to need some kind of oil and some kind of base product, whether it's corn or potatoes. So yeah, all in all, it's nice. I like it. What do you say?
It's definitely something different, I mean that I could definitely see this being used on that new expansion map.
Mm-hmm.
I could definitely see myself putting that on there. Whatever you do, I would highly suggest if you are playing on the Pinky or Star Wars, do not use this because the amount of custom crops they have on there.
Yeah. Yep.
So, just gonna put that out there. For me personally, I will probably install this if that new map comes out because I think that'd be absolutely fantastic. The so for the larger main production is 14 slots. The other one is 14, and then you have 5 and 5 because there's also goes with. So and because there's a sell point which is 1 slot, which I didn't write down on accident. But the 5 and 5 are for 2 smaller productions that you have. So you don't have to have a big, massive one. So basically, you can put down a massive one, produce it there. It's going to go way fast. Or you can have a little shed that you can put down, go inside of, and do it that way too.
Nice. All right, moving on. We got the Old Church by Cuxon, 7.06 megabytes to install and $12,500 to buy. I mean, it's deco and it's a church. I mean, I think it's kind of cool to be able to have this as kind of a nice little figure piece on a map. And for less than 8 megabytes to install, you can have it yourself. What do you think there, Will?
I agree. It's decoration. If you want it, you want it. Not. It's there. I want to say there is a lot of detail that went in decoration.
100%.
Even including with the stained windows. I think that was absolutely fantastic. For a guy who goes to church, I admire it. Would I install it? No. And for being decoration, it's 8 slots. So, I guess take that as you will for decorations.
Next one we have is the Metal Shed by Wexy. 4.26 megabytes to install, 20 grand to purchase. And it's a shed. It's just a little covered awning shed. I mean, all in all, it's nice. It's simple, straightforward, to the point, and I think it kind of encapsulates the whole KISS technique of keep it simple, stupid. And I think this one definitely is imbibing the KISS technique. Will, what do you think?
It's there. It's a shed. If who knows? I mean, if someone out there can see this, be like, this is exactly what I need. For me personally, it's a pass. It's not something that I would definitely use. But it looks absolutely fantastic. Don't get me wrong, and I'm glad it's here because it's another option. And it's only 5 slots, so it's not gonna take up a massive slot count space. So.
And then the last thing we have to discuss for this day is a map update for New Hope. So this is for changelog 2.1.0.0, and it reads, new forest trees added to the map, lime now shows on the map, and fixed fertilizer texture. So I did an update video on this, and everything seemed to be golden based on the changelog information. So yeah, this is a nice little update, getting everything kind of tidied up and squared away. You have anything to say about this one?
Well, I'm certainly glad that they're coming out with updates. To keep it updated. I'm glad they're fixing problems. I don't like this though. It says info. A new save game is not necessarily required. However, a new save game is required. AKA a new.
I
Say a new
I
save
started
game
a
is
thing,
required.
didn't I?
Yes, you did. No, I like it though. I think it's funny. No, but like, so I mean, even if it's something small like this, like it's something that's updated to the map to make it better. You know, so kudos to him for that, I guess, or whoever this person is. So
100%. All right, so that is everything for the 6th of August. Do you have a favorite for the 6th?
I would probably have to go with the lizard gooseneck haymaster.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with you on that one. The Lizard Gooseneck Haymaster. I really enjoyed this one. It's for a round bale transport trailer. Manual, it's easy to load. It also has auto load for those who don't want to be bothered, and it's the dual stage auto load with the pro and easy mode to where you can kind of sort of, do the drive by like what I was saying before, or you can just kind of quote unquote load on top of the trailer and it'll just snap it in place. I think it's fantastic. All right, so moving on, we've got another map. We got a lot of maps this week. Mecklenburg Lake District by Holden, 489.72 megabytes to install. This map has a lot of required mods, but I liked it. I like this one a lot. I forget what I gave it on the rating. Will, let us know what you think about it, and I will research what I gave it.
Well, as what I always say, it's a new map. I'm very thankful for a new map. It gives a little different option for people to play, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. The amount of required mods this thing has is a bit absurd. That I will say. Um, it's like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 required mods. The other one, which I think was the BR, was the South American map. It only had 2 required mods. Okay, I can live with that. Okay, it's not that bad, but 13 required mods. I don't wanna seem like a bad guy for saying this, but if I have to download 13 mods, you might as well just give me No Man's Land, and I'll just build my own map. Like, at that point, you know. But from what I've seen, I haven't seen BDD's video yet on it. I've been catching up on everything.
How dare you?
But from what I've seen though, is it there's one thing I do want to point out though. The previous map, which is basically Silver Run and River Springs together, that got a horrible review. It got a 3-star rating on the mod hub. This one and then the South American got over 4-star rating. So there's that, I guess.
So I gave Mecklenburg a 4 out of 5. And I think it's a gorgeous map. I think that there are a lot of features on it that are very nice. It's got a nice terrain and undulations on it. The farms on it are very nice. And I do like this kind of feature on this. I've never seen this on any other map, but it's that kind of sanitation pool that you can see in the third screenshot. So literally you open the gate, you drive through, and it's just this little body of water that's supposed to kind of disinfect the bottom of your tires kind of thing. So I think all in all, it's supposed to be like when you take your tractor into, let's say, because it's over at the pig farm, if you were to bring it into the kind of muck area for the pigs, and you pull out and then you can drive through and you're not slinging poo everywhere, I think it's kind of what its intention in real life is supposed to be for. I just think that's a cool little feature for a map, let alone anything. But yeah, all in all, I think this is a nice map. 4 out of 5. Yeah, it's got a lot to offer for pretty much everyone out there. And to go back to what you were saying about the other map, remind me the name of the other map. Starry something, wasn't it? Star Valley. Star Valley is what it was called. If I remember right, I gave that one a 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah.
I liked it. Don't get me wrong, I like it. And after some tweaks, because there was some bugs to that one, I think that it can get up to a 4, but it needs those tweaks first.
See, what I can't wait for is wow, I forgot his name, but it was the one map maker that made basically the what should have been Silver Run.
Sika. Sitka?
Sika Simulations, I think.
Yep.
I cannot wait for his conversion or his view on Riverbend. I'm very
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So far, every single map that they've come out that's been the quote unquote reimagining, I've liked every single one of them. Everyone. So he did Hutan Pantai before Hutan Pantai was Hutan Pantai, aka Settlers. He did Agroforest, which was,
Silver Run on steroids.
Yeah, Silver Run on steroids. Yeah, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what else they have to offer. And this is the same map maker who also did that Alaska map back in FS22.
Which is coming back.
Yes, I'm excited. Moving on, we have South Rice map. This is a South American map that is made by Thornice FS, Holtz FS, and Jonas Carvalho. My English or my American brain cannot process these names. I don't know why. 225.03 megabytes to install. And this is another Brazilian map. 3 mods are required for this one. And this one, I gave a 3 out of 5. I liked it. I thought this was kind of a nice little middle of the road style of map. It's definitely going to need some updates, which is why I kind of gave it a middle of the road. And I think that this one has the potential to get up there if the updates were fixed. I was really picking up what this map was putting down. I'll be perfectly honest with you. The kind of whole lakeside inlet that this has, this whole northwest corner is a large field that you can, harvest right on the lakeside. I thought that was really awesome. The whole starting farm, not too terribly impressive, not too great or anything. I don't want to say too great or anything. That's the wrong way to put it. It's not too grand or anything, but you have a lot of room to kind of build it up. Now, the reason that I was kind of push this at a 3, and really it could have probably scored a little bit lower in my opinion, but I was really feeling it. Was the main town area is desperately needs updates, lots of updates. There's a lamp pole in the middle of a driveway going into a production point area. There's vehicles that are literally in the middle of fencing. There's just all those little things that just need to be addressed. And once those things are addressed, it's going to be a solid map, in my opinion. The whole southeast corner is full of undulations and kind of mountainsides and stuff, which is really fantastic. Yeah, I think this is a really solid, nice looking map at the end of the day. But it's going to need to be fixed. It's going to need to be touched up. Once it is, it's going to be solid. What do you think there, Will?
trying to phrase this. I mean, I don't want to say I'm going to be mean. Try to phrase it to be nice. It is based out of a South American. Not a problem. I think it's great that we have another option, for South America. I mean, because I know there are South America area that want more maps like this, because I've seen it on the other Facebook group I'm part of. So this is another option, and I'm glad that's out. But it, phrase this. I understand that maps are going to have problems, but I know a lot of map makers are now like sending it to testers, putting it out to the public first, and then send it. I think more of them should do that. So then probably, because because it right now it has a 4.2 star rating. I personally will pass on it. So that's just my personal preference on it. I know Holtz FS, he makes pretty decent stuff. So I don't know. And my other big thing too, click on here, which I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So two of the required mods are by Holtz FS. That is another thing I cannot stand. Is when if it's either the modder or someone who helped has their own mod in here. That irritates the living bejeepers out of me. I'm sorry. But
I can see that.
But I mean, it'd be a hard pass.
I think the 4.2 rating is fair when it's fixed. Right now,
Yeah.
I think that's not a fair rating because of the issues I previously stated. But I think it's going to be there. Once it's all cleaned up, it's going to be a solid map. Solid map. Now, going back to the chat here real quick before we move on, Ken put in his guess of Around the World in 80 Days, the Jackie Chan movie. That is not the one I was thinking of there, Ken, but good guess. Benji says, cheers and good day, everyone. Benji, thank you so much for coming by. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and you take care. We'll see you again next time. Will, do you want to go ahead and throw out your guess?
Let me honest with you, I completely forgot what it was.
To be fair.
To
be fair.
Yeah, I completely forgot what it was.
Oh, you don't? Okay, you don't remember your guess.
Yeah.
So I'm getting it from a show. It's a Canadian show. Oh my goodness, why am I blanking on it now? Oh, that is gonna annoy me. You know what? Let's move on to the next one. It's gonna come back to me.
The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That was my
No.
Because there was a scene in there where Jeffrey looks at Will and he goes, "To be fair." So.
No, it's a Canadian show, and man, is that gonna just absolutely drive me nuts? Oh, Letterkenny. Yes. Haha, I remember now. All right. Anyways, moving on. New Holland, your favorite. Series L by Savvy Modding AM Modding. 22.53 megabytes to install, $36,400 to buy, and we have a power range of 60 to 95 horses. This is... What's that?
Said your favorite.
Lies. All
yeah,
lies.
Exactly. Lies.
So we got us some small tractors. So taking a look at the base price of $36,400 Probably our closest comparable is going to be the Landini Rex 4GT. If we take a look here, you can see $39,500 to buy, 70 horsepower for our minimum. And yeah, looking back at this, $36,400. So we're going to save about $3,000 on the Landini, and a power range of 60 compared to 70 for the Landini. So you're going to get 10 more from the base, but you're also going to spend about $4,000 more. So for $4,000, I think I'm going to go with the Landini personally. 22.53 megabytes to install is not that bad when everything's all said and done. I do like this kind of old school tractor look and vibe to this, but not enough savings, not enough anything to really kind of get me to kind of go over on it. So it's going to be a pass for me. Hey, Will, can you take over for just a second? I'll be right back.
Yeah. This was definitely be a pass for me. 100%. Not because I don't like New Holland. It has part to be with it. I don't like New Holland, but it's just we have like smaller John Deere tractors that we're actually coming up with here pretty soon. He said the highest was 90. Yeah, 95. We actually already have a mod out from eBay Modding that has a pretty close similar engine horsepower, which is a John Deere. I'd rather take that. So, for anyone who is curious at all, the New Holland Series L, each one of them, because they're back, both of them are 8 slots apiece. So I would just keep that in mind. Let's see here. The next one's gonna be the John Deere 6030 Premium 4-cylinder series. This is by BDD Modding. This is gonna be 35.82 megabytes. Not bad. You have a power between 100 and 135, which is an awful. Base price is $70,000. Not bad. I mean, if my PC was working, I get some PC. I had it on my console, never used it. Realized that I had something else I was using, so I got rid of it. But I do love it. It is a John Deere. It looks absolutely. That I will say. And it is 17 slots. It's not awful.
I'm back.
Well, just we just finished up with the John Deere 30 Premium 4-cylinder series by DB Modding.
This one would be a hard pass for me. 36 megabytes to install already is way rich for my blood. Nice looking mod, don't get me wrong, but you can see that a lot of the kind of bells and whistles that are kind of built into it are what's driving up that file size. So all in all, it's going to be a pass for me.
I stated that it is a pass for me on console, but if my PC was like the level of detail on it is absolutely. I did state that the New Holland Series L, because there's 2 of them, are 18 slots piece, and this one was 17, so not too bad.
Now to do our comparison just real quick, 100 horsepower is the minimum, $70,000. So let's see, under small tractors, looking for that 100 horsepower range is going to be roughly, we're going to be looking at the Massey Ferguson 5700S. It is a price point of $92,500 compared to the mod's $70,000. So right there, you're going to be saving about $12,000? Yeah, $12,000. No, $22,000. Yes, math is mathing. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Leave me alone.
I feel that.
Yeah, so $22,000, so you're saving quite a bit of money. And then the horsepower. The Massey here has 95 horses as a base. This has 100 as a base. So right off the bat, you're getting more power and you're spending $22,000 less. I mean, that's nice, but again, 36 megabytes, pass.
Mhm.
Next one is the John Deere 6300 by Sluchas Modding, 19.28 megabytes to install. And this one has a starting horsepower of 103 and a base price of $25,000. Sign me up all day, all night on this one.
Yes.
100% all day, all night. 20 megabytes to install. Not that bad. 103 horsepower. Again, not that bad. $25,000. You're saving a ton of money. Again, looking back at that Massey Ferguson, $92,500 for 95 horses, and you are getting 103 horsepower for 25 grand. You're saving well above 60 grand for this. I mean, yes. YES, yes. Now, as far as I'm aware, this is only a two-wheel drive vehicle, so you're gonna have to pay attention to that. Oh no, it has four-wheel drive option. Yeah, it has a 2 and 4. So yeah, I mean, where do you go wrong? You don't. You just don't. I like it.
I absolutely love it. Love it. Love it enough on this. This is a great starting track. Especially if you're, working to start from scratch, working your way up, or if you're starting at a small farm, working your way up. This is absolutely fantastic. This would be a great tractor for heading, windrowing, if you have a small enough baler. So, absolutely love it. Details pretty decent on it as well. Best thing is it's only 12 slots, so it's not bad.
Nice. Next one is the Zadar 62 7745. This is by Smetty, 17.2 megabytes to install. We have a base price of whopping $10,000, and a horsepower of 59 base. So all in all, that all seems nice, fine, and dandy. But let's take a look at our comparables here. So again, we have a starting out horsepower of 59. Well, really, our smallest one in base game is 70, and that's going to be, again, the Landini Rex. So that is 39,500 and a starting horsepower of 70 compared to 10,059. So yeah, you're going to be saving about, $29,500, and you're only losing about, what is that? About 11 horses? That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad. I mean, and it's 18 megabytes to install. Now, I will say this is really small. This is really tiny. You're going to have a really hard time finding equipment that you can utilize with this. So it's going to be one of those that it's going to be a pass for me, just because once you get down to a certain size, it's almost impossible for you to find the implements you need to be able to utilize it. Now, to kind of put this in perspective, 59 is the minimum horsepower that you can get. You can get this up to an 81. All right. Now, taking a look at base game, a plow requires 85 horses. Even if you tune this thing up to its highest capacity, you still don't have enough horsepower to even run the smallest chisel back plow in base game. So it's going to be a pass for me. Will?
Hard pass. I mean, I don't even really. I know Zadar tractors are mainly used in like a Polish setting, European setting. But for something this small, it would definitely be a pass for me. Don't get me wrong, it looks fantastic. The level of detail in it is incredible. It's 14 slots, so it's not awful in the slot count either. But I mean, if you like small equipment, go for it. If you have some on the mod hub that you want to grab, like that John Deere subsoiler, which were perfect for this, I think. Or if you just love the Zeter brand, by all means, Like I'm not telling you don't install it. That's just my personal. So
Agree. Moving on, we got the FH16 powered by natural gas. This is by Scandinavian Viking Mod Rebuilds team. 26.89 megabytes to install. We have a Volvo truck for $145,000, and it requires a little bit of something or other. It requires natural gas, and it requires methane in order to be able to power this. So instead of diesel, instead of electricity, we have a methane powered vehicle. This is going to be a hard pass for me personally. It's nice. It's cool that it's out there, that it's going to be kind of something different, but it's just not something that I'm going to be like, okay, let me go start messing around with getting a methane tank and having that available to me, or having a biogas plant with methane as an output. It's just not something I'm going to mess with personally. So this is a pass. I'll be right back.
hard. Okay, hard pass. There are other trucks that I like using. And to have a truck that is powered by methane, that's gonna be a problem, especially if you don't have a methane point. So, for me personally, this would be a hard pass. Now, there might be someone out there who loves the Volvo trucks and they want to use it. By all means, go use it, please. It's just coming from me, it would be a pass.
I'm right there with you.
There is one big surprise about this truck that blew my socks off.
What's that?
Guess what the slot count was for it?
Ooh, I'm guessing 20.
2.
Really? Well, actually, that does make sense because it's basically just a reskin of the base game.
The base game, yeah. So only 2 slots. So I guess it has it going for that.
Next one we have is the MAN TGE TSFW by TMOC Modding, 29.21 megabytes to install. We have a starting price point of $238,500 and a power of 163 horsepower. So we've got some emergency vehicles. This is a pass.
This is going to be a massive pass. Hey, BDD.
Mm-hmm.
What is this game called?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's something to do with simulations and emergency fire rescue and power washer. Then I don't know. It's something along those lines.
No, this is called Farming Simulator.
No. I refuse to believe this.
That this is not Rescue Simulator. Like, you know, did you know back in 22, I was actually, because there were multiple people, and I'm willing to admit this right now, and I'm gonna come out and say this right now. Mel said, "You gotta stop this."
You're breaking up there again, there, Will.
I said that I was one of the people, because there's multiple people who did this. I emailed Giants and I was like, "You need to stop this."
I mean, here's the thing.
They email me back, and they're like, "Okay, can you please specify what you mean you need to stop this?" And I was like, "Yes, this is Farming Simulator. This is not Firefighter Simulator. This is not Emergency Simulator. Like, can we please just get more farm stuff?" And I got no response back.
Here's the thing is, I personally, I will never use this stuff. It's not something that I'm going to be like, okay, let me, even if I was setting up like a role play kind of thing, like it's not something that I'm going to be able to utilize, more than just a scene, maybe 2, and be done with it kind of thing. So to install this for 30 megabytes and to kind of do my own thing kind of thing, it's not something I'm going to be able to like rationally justify using. But I don't mind that these things come out, but what kind of bugs me about things like this is that this could have been a mod that could have been an absolute game changer that this thing took its space for. Does that make sense? Like, instead of releasing that awesome game changing kind of mod, we get something like this that's just very specific in its use case. So it's one of those where, I don't know, just it doesn't bother me, but it bothers me at the same time. But what do I know? I'm just some guy, schmoozing out on the internet. Next
Not like
one.
me. Just real quick, it is 15 slots.
Oof.
Yeah.
Next one we have is the Anderson Group M160 by HR Forst and Versugbau. 7.18 megabytes to install, 19 grand to buy. This is a towable wood log trailer. If we take a look at our closest comparables, it's going to be probably going to be close to the Kesla 144ND, $15,000 to buy that. And again, if we take a look, $19,000 to purchase this. Now, I will say that this is $4,000 extra for an 8 megabyte install. There's nothing about the mod here that kind of sets it apart for me personally that isn't already available in the Kesla. And if anything, the Kesla here also has a stability feat. I don't see... Nope, I lied. There are stability feet on this one as well. So it's really the same exact thing, except you're spending an extra $4,000 to get it, and you're installing it for 8 megabytes. So I'm going to skip this one. Will, what do you say?
I am 100% for you. Forestry. Me and forestry do not go good together. I'm happy it's here, and for people who do forestry, or people who love it, by all means, please get it. It is there, which is fantastic. There is a winch built into this on both sides in the front by the crane. There is also a chainsaw holder, so you have all that running for you, which is fantastic. And it's only 6 slots, so it's not awful either.
So those are additional features that are nice. The winches being on both sides, that is cool, because then you can just, like in the 6th and final screenshot, you can just take the tree and drag it over to the crane, and then the crane can pick it up. That's cool. I like that. I think that's definitely a plus. But again, it's not something I'm going to go tripping over to go download kind of thing.
Real quick before you do move on, from the previous day for that for the Rotten pack that we talked about, right?
Uh-huh.
There was one thing I failed to mention about that.
How dare you?
I know. Shame on me.
We're professionals on this show, folks.
As you can tell, the one on it that doesn't have like the clamp bunk on the back, you can actually get an option on the crane arm to add a saw to it. So basically you can pick up a tree, drag it over, and you're like, too long when you put it on there, send your arm out and cut it off. So
Gotcha. All right. Well, next thing we have here is the Anderson Group Pro Chop 150. This is a straw blower by Hispano, 4.18 megabytes to install, $37,000 to buy, 80 horsepower required, and it can hold up to 2 bales. So, taking a look at our closest comparables, we've got, if I can remember in which direction to go in.
animals.
I know it's animals, but where are the animals?
Down.
Aha, there it is. Don't lie to me. Ah, you know what? I don't appreciate your shenanigans. All right, closest comparable is the K-Brand Premier 15070M, $36,500 to buy. And the base, or I'm sorry, that is our base compared to the mod, $37,000 to buy that. So we're spending an extra $500 for that. and the horsepower required is 80 as compared to 100. So all in all, this is going to be kind of a push. You're going to spend about $500 more, but basically you have the difference of being able to use square bales versus round bales. That's essentially what we're dealing with here. Now you can take a look at the Elmers as well, and that one will do round bales. You can use that. So that might be a better comparable because it's round to round at that point. Holds 2 bales for each one of them as well. $32,000 to purchase this one as opposed to 37. So about $5,000 difference. All in all, this one is such a negligible differences between the base game stuff and everything that I could be fine with installing this and not really like just having it as just another available option out there. Yeah, it might be $5,000 more expensive, but it's $5,000. At the end of the day, $5,000 compared to like, say, I don't know, a $400,000 Steiger tractor is like pennies.
Right.
So the difference is negligible to me. So it's one of those that I'm fine with installing it. I'm fine with not installing it. It is what it is. What do you say?
This would be a pass for me. I mean, unless you're dedicated to the Anderson, or you really like this from 22. I want to say that if I had an option between this or the base game Elmers, I'm gonna take the Elmers. But the other one I have installed, which I use a lot, is the Vicon. I mean, not the Vicon, the Vermeer.
Yep, the Vermeer.
Yeah, which is the one I use the most. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, this looks fantastic, highly detailed. Glad it's here. It's another option who wants to use it. It's only 4 slots, so you're not using up a whole bunch of slot count for it.
Let's see. Moving on, we've got the Vaderstat Rapide 300C, 400C seeder. So this is by Matt26. $35,000 to purchase for the 3-meter implement, 3,100 liter capacity, 100 horsepower required, or $38,000, and that is for the 4-meter, 4,300 liter capacity, and 130 horsepower required. So taking a look at our seeders here. Let's see. So about 3-meter working with is what we got going. Probably going to be close to the Unia Phoenix 3003. So we can see here $46,500 to purchase the Unia as opposed to $35,000 for the Vaderstat. 140 for horsepower required for the Unia as opposed to 100. And then 3,000 liter capacity on the Unia as opposed to 3,100 liter capacity for the Vaderstat. So all in all, everything about the Vaderstat, the base one, is much better. And then if we look at a 4-meter comparable, again, $58,500 for the Agromaz Aquila Drive 400. And right off the bat, $38,000 for the mod. So right off the bat, you're saving $20,000, and then you're getting the same working with, and you're getting a higher capacity at 4,300 liters as opposed to a range of 2,800 and 3,250. So yeah, this is a good pack. It's 34 megabytes to install, so that's a little bit of a choke point, but you are saving a lot from the base game stuff. So might be worth installing. What do you say, Will?
For me, this would be a pass. I mean, if you like 3-meter for a 4-meter balloon, please, by all means, get it. If you, if you really like the Vaderstat brand, I think this is perfect. I feel like this would also be a great seeder for that Highlands map coming out because of how compact it is. So, as I said, I'm not telling people not to install anything. This is just my personal preference, and this is BDD's personal preference on what we think about it. So it'd be a personal pass for me. Each seeder is 9 slots, so it's not awful.
The other thing that we also want to point out too is that At no point are we making any judgment calls on any of these mods whatsoever. We're not saying that anything is good, anything is bad. We're specifically saying from a kind of practical standpoint of, as I broke down earlier, the Unia and Agrimaz versus this Vaderstat pack, just looking at the hard data kind of thing. Is it worth installing or not? Are you going to be spending 50 grand more for something that's going to do the same exact job as we have in base game, or whatever the case may be? This isn't value judgment. This isn't kind of a thing where we're trying to cut down anybody or any of the modders. Every single one of these mods, I'm sure, are fantastic. They work the whole 9 yards. It's just, these are our opinions based on the information that we have in front of us. Moving on, we got the Farmex KRG 250. This is a Spader by Hispano, 7.44 megabytes to install, 35,500 to buy, 2.5 meter working width, and 190 horsepower required. So taking a look at our Spaders here in base game, we've got, let's see, the Farmex Rapide 450 trailed, 4.5 meter working width, and a base price of $58,000. Requires 200 horsepower. So right off the bat, the mod here is saving about 22 grand, 23 grand right off the rip. Well, 22.5. And then the working width is 2 meters full less. So is 22,500, is that worth the savings to save on an extra 2 meters, or do you want to spend the extra 22,000? Wow, my brain is shutting down. Anyways, or you want to spend that extra money and be able to have that extra working with. I don't know. That's going to be, I think, the extra 20 grand and just go a little bit smaller. I think that might be worth it. And yeah, 190 horsepower as opposed to 200. It's not that much of a savings, but it's 10 extra horses that you don't need. And 8 megabytes to install. All in all, I think this is a nice mod, and it's going to work. It's going to work nicely. So yeah, I would say that this is worth an install.
For me personally, I don't use spaders. I think even though it is a conversion, I'm also for spaders in case somebody likes using them. So there's that. It looks fantastic. But like I said, not for me. The best part is it's only 3 slots, so I think
it's not bad. Next one is the Case 800 MR by Hispano. This is a sugarcane harvester, $45,000 to buy, 100 horsepower required, and a working width of 1 meter. I know, massive, but
whoa.
Right off the bat, I can tell you I like this one. The reason being is that the only bit of equipment.
Leg.
What's that?
Doesn't cost an arm and a leg.
It doesn't cost an arm and a leg because the only thing we have in base game is the Case Astrof 8800 multi-row. So this is it. This is all we have to be able to harvest sugarcane. So if you want to be able to get into sugarcane and not spend $350,000 on a powered vehicle, well, now you have the non-cotton version of the harvester here. It's awesome. I like it. Sugarcane is a pain to do. This only goes 1 meter working with, but the multi-row is 2 meters. So it's not like you're gaining that much for the $350,000 you're spending on it. I would much rather spend $45,000 to buy it and then just kind of get into sugarcane if that's what I want to do. Like if I want to do a map with sugarcane, now I feel like I can do it, to where before I don't feel like I could do it without being like super wealthy and so far into it that it didn't make sense to shift into sugarcane, if that makes sense. Because oftentimes you have to, like, what drives me nuts the most about cotton and now the subsequent, spinach, peas, and green beans, is that because it costs so much for the harvesting aspect of things, you have to be established in other things in order to be able to get into those harvesting of those crops for your own farm kind of purposes. So because you're already so well established into all these other things, well, now it's like, okay, well, I'm just diversifying for the sake of diversifying. Like, doesn't make sense to me personally. So it's one of those, now that we have this as kind of a base product, a base harvester, it makes to where getting into sugarcane might actually be worth the time and effort to do it. What do you say there, Will?
I agree. This it's definitely it's a better option doing sugarcane. If you want to get into sugarcane, you have this now. I mean, yes, it's gonna take you probably 3-4 times as long, but at least you'll be saving a bunch of money doing it this way. And it's a Case, my third favorite brand, so I'm happy to see that. It's very highly detailed, looks fantastic. It's something I won't use because I don't do sugarcane. But if someone's on a South American map and they want sugarcane, it's small, there you go, perfect. The best part, it's only 3 slots, so
Well,
it's not
and
going to take up a huge.
what's funny about this is only going to cost you double the amount of time. It's only going to double your time because it's half the working width and 18 kilometers an hour. I'm not sure what that is in miles per hour, but the Case multi-row harvester, it only goes 6 miles an hour at working speed. So if 18 kilometers per hour is roughly 6 miles an hour, like you're gonna be going the same speed. You're only going half the width. So oh boy, you're doubling the time, but you're saving $300,000. I mean, you can't go wrong with that, in my opinion. And if you want to get into sugarcane, this is a far better option to get into it rather than, saving 350 grand to drop on just a harvester. And then you take into account all the other things that you need for sugarcane, like the planters. The planters are not cheap. I mean, the single row billet is 54,000. The double's 85. You might as well go with the double because you're not spending double the price. And then you need a transport wagon in order to carry around the sugar beets, the sugar cane. So you're talking, at minimum $31,000, all in with the planter, the harvester, and the trailer. I mean, you're now going, 54 plus 45 is, what is that? About 100, and then 131. About 135, we'll say, just for sake of math. $135,000 instead of just spending $350,000 on just the harvester. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Love this mod. And yeah, I installed this one because, hey, I might want to do sugarcane at some point. Let's see. Next one we have is the Grimmy KS754. This is a potato mower. I always call them mowers, but it's called the Herum, I think is how it's pronounced, by Hispano. 3.92 megabytes to install, 10 grand to buy, 65 horsepower is required, and 3-meter working width. So this is just your potato topper. It cuts the tops off the potatoes so you can come by with your harvester and rip them out of the ground. 4 megabytes to install and 10-meter working width. Let's take a look at our potatoes. Let's see. That's our potato planters. It's not technology. Nope. Wait a minute. Do we not have any? How is that possible? Huh. So we don't have any base game potato toppers?
No, I don't think so.
Huh. Okay. Well, here you go. Here's your first base game potato topper. 10 grand to buy it, and 65 horsepower required. 3-meter working with. All in all, I like it. If you're into potatoes, this is a nice little addition to the map, an addition to the game. So, yeah, install it. 4 megabytes. It's not that bad.
No, I don't do potatoes, so I won't be installing this. But if you do potatoes, by all means get this, especially if you're going the cheaper route. Save you a lot of money in the long run. I understand it is a conversion from the base game 22, but it looks absolutely fantastic. And I'm glad it's here for another option. and it's only 3 slots, so it's not outrageous bad on the account.
Absolutely. Let's see. Next one we have is the Husqvarna S2800 by Katzen18, 1.05 megabytes to install, and a price point of $400. All intents and purposes, it's a chainsaw. It's going to save you $600. I say install it because it's less than 2 megabytes to install, and you're able to cut down your trees and save $600 to boot. Why not? Will, what do you say?
Well, I mean, it's an axe. It's there. Chops on trees. I have a very disappointing thing. It looks fantastic. The disappointing thing is it doesn't sound like an actual axe. Like it doesn't go and it literally just goes right through the tree, and it sounds like which is a big downfall for me on it. This is gonna be a pass for me. And as for everyone, if anyone knows any chainsaws, there's no stock out.
All right. Next one we have is the Lizard Personal Lighting by Mantrid, 1.51 megabytes to install. And we have various little bits and pieces on this pack. So we have a flashlight for $50, a headlamp for $75, a lantern for $60, and night vision goggles for $200. So we have all these various different styles of lanterns in order to kind of light the way. So as you can see, we now have a kind of lantern that kind of throws light off in a radius, as opposed to the flashlight that'll throw it off in a specific path. As you can see here, it is a bit more powerful than base game. And then we have, of course, the night vision. So we can just see pretty much everything in a different color green. So all in all, I think this is nice. And for 2 megabytes to install it, it's not that bad. It gives you a bunch of options. Would be worth looking into. What do you say there, Will?
I think it's definitely unique. With the headlamp, you can't actually pick things up while you're wearing the headlamp. So there's that. With the flashlight and the lantern, you can actually go in third person. And then
nice.
like whenever you run, just like in real life, of course, like your flashlight's not gonna stay still. So whenever you run, it goes back and forth. Like you're running. That's how it looks like in the. I think it's absolutely. That is only if you're in third person. If you're in first person view, it just straight. And then the night vision. Come on, it's night vision. So, other than that, I think it's fantastic. I know it was in 22. Glad to see it back. It's just like the chainsaws, like your flashlight and everything. There's no slot count on that.
So, Will, man, I hate to do this, but we're gonna have to start wrapping this up here soon. I've got to be up in a few hours for work, so I think, yeah, got to think about getting. So let's go through a couple more here, and then we'll start wrapping things up. What do you say?
Well, I mean, we could edit here. We could do a few more. It's up to you.
I tell you what, because we're starting to run out of time, let's kind of go through a couple of highlights. So we're here on the Lizard Personal Lighting. Is there anything else on the rest of this list that you'd like to cover prior to?
Yeah. So, garage with large windows from Patty and Icus. Love it.
Yes. So this is, like you said, made by Patty and Icus, 3.27 megabytes to install, a price point of $60,000. And yeah, I mean, really anything with Icus and Patty in it is going to be gold. And this is, again, no exception. Absolutely love it. It's highly detailed as every one of their mods are. Big equipment can go in and out of it. It's fantastic. 100%.
I mean, it's just like the next one, Garage with Shed by IKEA.
Copy
So
and
which
paste.
it's funny because that shed, the second one, is actually not American. So there's that.
They're branching out.
Uh, there are two other mods. Next one's gonna be the farm skip. I love this because, like, let's just say if like you sell, I don't know, like a case baler because you want to get a John Deere. Oh, but I have twine left over. Oh no, like I can't sell it. Take it here, and it will take it. And what it does is it doesn't pay you; it charges. So
Oh, it's kind of like that one municipal dumping grounds for your liquids. You can drive over it, and if it's like herbicide, it'll charge you. If it's water, it's free to dump.
yeah, so
That's cool.
I absolutely love it. And the other one is House with Pool by Fritz. Um, the pool's cool. Yeah, you can swim in it. Seems nice. Um, so on the back side of the house, there is like a pizza oven. You can actually turn the flames on. See the flames kind of move. You hear like the crackling, which I think is awesome. And yes, you can go inside the house.
Booyah.
Um, so, um, I mean, slot counts vary. When I have them all written down, we're not going to be going over these. I know Monday was a much short of mods. I know there was also a update that came out as well for a map, but I don't going over that. Just real quick, Walt, do you have a favorite mod? A mod you want to go over from this day?
So, favorite mod for that day would probably be that Case 800 MR sugarcane harvester, just because of how ridiculous how much money it saves for you to start out with, and it actually makes sugarcane accessible. I like that. I like that a lot. The couple of things I wanted to cover just really fast were the production pack by TWF Team Hainer, 3.87 megabytes to install. This is a lime production point that you're able to put in your stones. 30,000 liters of stones gets you 5,000 liters of output. So it's a stone input of 50 in, 75 lime out. And then you've got your beet pulp production. So that's $55,000. First one was $45,000. This is $55,000, and you put in your sugar beets and your water, and you get your sugar beet pulp, aka your chopped sugar beet, and you get stones as your kind of output. Now, this I absolutely adore this because it makes it to where you have all these various kind of different styles of recipes. You know, getting stones out for your sugar beets is nice. One thing I wish that this had that this is kind of inspired off of a previous mod from FS22. It might even be the same mod maker kind of thing, but in previous iteration you had slurry as a output for basically the rinsing of the sugar beets. I don't see that as being an output for this one, so that's kind of disappointment. But it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. And then the other one I wanted to cover was the Old Barn with Flag by Icus. Reason I wanted to cover this one,
Said, oh yes.
Reason I wanted to cover this one is because number one, just like all of Icus's mods, very highly detailed. Absolutely love it. Love the 3 stars along the front of the building. Love the American flag on the side. Why? Because America. No other reason. Love it.
Yeah, and that was from Monday. For Tuesday, my favorite mod would have to be the John Deere 6300 series from Slucious Modding. Then as for Monday, get over to it. I was actually kind of torn, but I would definitely have to say the old bar I guess. But one mod I want to go over real quick is the L120H, L180H multiple pallets fork frame. Love it. You can fit 8 pallets on.
Oh yeah, this thing is ridiculous. Love that one.
Now as far as that's the mods. I deeply apologize, and I know BDD does too. It is 1:20 in the morning. I know he's got to work in the morning. I got to take Bree to work in the morning. She's working at 13 tomorrow. Or today. There are 6 highlights I want to go over quick. First one is, yes, we got the announcement of the Mercedes, which we all knew was coming. Which was absolutely fantastic to finally find out. I'm actually excited for it, so we'll see. Number 2 is Giants posted about Gamescom, about their because there was a audio right there. There was a racing one, and then the John Deere 9RX 830. That was teased. Now I'm putting my tinfoil hat on here just for 1 second. I think this is either going to come as a mod on Gamescom Day from Giants. It's either going to come as a paid DLC for the second year season pass, or it's going to come as the free content update. So, the third thing is, tomorrow, Tuesday. You know what drops tomorrow?
What drops tomorrow?
Straw Harvest DLC. And yes, it will be a DLC, so it will not take up mod space.
I'm doing a little dance.
I'm very, very excited for that. The next one I want to cover, real quick, is the patch 1.11. We could either see that this week or next week. That I know for a fact. I mean, Giants could surprise me and go for the following week, but I go based on when the Straw Harvest, because Straw Harvest DLC might require a patch.
I was getting ready to say I would have a real hard time believing that the straw harvest wouldn't require something.
Yeah, so we'll more likely see that today or tomorrow. Which with the patch, of course they add new things in, so we'll probably see something new. Next one is the free content update. I believe that's going to be coming between now and when I mean, I believe it's going to come as a separate thing, but it could happen just like it did last time and come part of the patch, which I don't think so. I think it's going to be a separate thing. Which I do know, as the patch 1.11, Giants did state that part of the egg DLC that we got, the Agri, with all the silos and the building stuff from FS22, the free DLC we got. Part of that is going to be in the patch 1.11.
Okay.
And then part of it is going to be in the free content update. That's how I know they're 2 separate things.
Nice.
Now we are supposed to get more than just that, so there's that. And the last thing I want to cover real quick, not today, but I believe it was this up just to make sure get rid of it. I don't want to give. Okay, so not today, not next week, but the following week. So we got 2 more Mondays to go. I know for a fact we're getting mods because we're getting 18 mods from Connect Modding.
Wow.
Two Mondays from now. We're getting 18. So, which I know one of them is a star spreader, which I used a lot, and it just drops. I use it a lot in FS22. I know another one is supposed to be the Mandako 5-plex roller, which I'm very, very happy about. So, but that will be coming out 2 Mondays from now. So, I do expect that we will probably see mods at some point. So,
Yeah, I could see that happening.
now, real quick, what are your thoughts on the Mercedes pack?
Not sure yet. Not sure yet. I want to kind of do a little bit deeper read into it before I start really coming up with a firm opinion in any direction. Because we basically have one of the tractors as a mod right now. So it's one of those where, like that kind of detracts from it. So I'm hopeful that some of the other stuff kind of makes up for it. I don't know. It's kind of a hold, wait and see kind of thing, you know?
And I did reach out to Benny, Bernie, who made that mod. He said the Lizard brand, because he will be making that as a Mercedes.
You broke up there. You broke up there? What'd you say?
So the Lizard brand for all platforms, that will be removed after the DLC drops. So it will just be Mercedes. So the PC version will become the all platform. I am excited because I'm going to use that on the year from Giants. So
I gotcha.
So other than that, I have nothing else really. But I know later on today, because I have my service coordinator coming over at some point to fill out paperwork after she leaves, I have to figure out what's going on with my headset and so.
Yep. We're gonna get there. We'll get you there.
So.
All right, man. Well, as always, I had an absolute blast. It was great hanging out with Shaban today and being able to kind of get his perspective on the kind of modding side of things for all the mods that have dropped here tonight. So big shout out to him, and hopefully we'll be able to get him back on at some point in the future.
Yeah. I should be hearing back hopefully soon with some good news. I'm hoping that sometime this week, if not this week, then next week. See, because Connect modding one of their guys. So.
Nice. Oh, we shall see.
So. We will.
Awesome. Well, again, everybody, thank you so much for coming out and hanging out with us here tonight and checking out AgriBusiness Tonight. Again, another big shout out to Shaban Modding for stopping by and hanging out with us and letting us kind of, find out a little bit about him and his, dealings here in Farming Simulator 25, and hope everybody enjoyed it. If you did, please show us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things the algorithms enjoy doing. The shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care. We'll see you on the other side.
Sounds good.
every time. From the mods to the maps, from the brands to the tools. If it's FS talk, you know they breaking all the rules. We talk giants, we talk gears, we talk that horsepower. Late night mod drops, we got that creative power. From interviews with legends to spotlighting the new, we bring that FS fire straight from the crew to living life behind the wheel with a digital twist. Ain't no button we don't press, no trend we ever miss. Updates, leaks, and future plans. We got the inside scoop, no chance for scams. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Porches, kings of the farming game, standing tall. It's more than a game, it's a way of thinking. Talking shop while that diesel's drinking. From tractors to combines, dirt roads to drones, they build empires from screens and microphones. With every guest that drops in for a chat, you get the real talk, no filters, just facts. A spotlight on the builders and players who grind. They got love for the fans and the farm in mind. This is AgriBusiness, cranking up your farm life. From the field to the feedlot, under LEDs and skylights. Mods, maps, machines, they cover it all. Portents, kings of the farming game, standing tall. So plug in the pod and hit that sub. Roll out in style with your farming club. No fluff, just dirt, diesel, and truth. Straight from the FS underground on coast. Great